5 p.m. This is the Design Review Board. Mrs. John, please take the roll.
Board Member Coveney,
Here.
Board Member Gibbs,
Here.
Board Member Weil,
Yep, I'm here. I'm here.
Chair Pro Tem Thalman,
Here.
and Chair Gannon.
Here.
Thank you.
Thank you. Now at this time, we are going to say the Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay. So the meeting, bear with me while I read my script here. So the meeting procedure will be as follows. First, we're going to have public communication. At that time, any member of the public can speak on items not on tonight's agenda, but in the purview of the Design Review Board. Each speaker will have 2 minutes, followed by the consent calendar, and then we're going to have a modification of order, if any, followed by the regular order of business. And that will pertain to the applicants will take their seats at the desk, or whatever you want to call that, the table, AKA desk. And then I will introduce the item. The board will give ex parte. Staff is going to make a fabulous presentation. And then offer any comments on that presentation. The board will then have the option to question staff. The public hearing will then be declared open. The applicant team will have 5 minutes to make their presentation. The public will have 3 minutes to comment. The applicant team will have 3 minutes for the rebuttal. The board will then question the applicant. Public hearing will then be closed. The board will enter into discussion and deliberation. The board will then take an action, make a motion, second that motion, not to be confused with second that emotion, have a discussion and on the motion, have a discussion on the motion, I just confused myself, and then make a vote on that motion. At that time, after that, the public will have, anyone residing within 300 feet of the project will have 14 days to appeal. All right, next up is public communication. Is there anyone in the audience that has, would like to make a comment? You have 3 minutes or 2 minutes. No? Sir, you just walked in? Do you want to make a public communication on, not on projects for tonight's agenda? No? Okay. So then we'll move into the consent calendar.
Chair Gannon, if I may.
Yes.
I just wanted to bring to your attention for item 4.4, I did receive an update from the applicant and they would like to request that that item be continued to February 13th instead of January 23rd.
Okay, and do we have to say subject to the renoticing? Put that in there? That is, because that would require renoticing.
Correct, yeah, and also subject to renoticing if an additional entitlement is being requested.
Okay. So then do we pull that and then say that separately, or we can add that?
It is at the discretion of the board, but there is no legal requirement. You guys can approve the consent calendar with the requested modification.
Okay, let's do that then.
Okay, I'll make a motion, Chair.
Do we have to put it up? Do we have to put it up to public comment?
Oh, okay. So at this time, any member of the public wish to speak on 4.2, 4.3, 4.4, 4.5, 4.6? These are all notices for continuance? No? Okay.
Chair, I'll move items in the consent calendar, 4.2, 4.3, 4.4 with a modification that it be continued to February 13th and subject to renoticing if additional entitlements are proposed. 4.5 and 4.6 as proposed by staff. And noting 4.1 is just a notice of deferment.
I'll second.
Board Member Coveney,
Yes.
Board Member Gibbs,
Yes.
Board Member Weil,
Yes.
Chair Pro Tem Thalman,
Yes.
and Chair Gannon.
Yes.
Thank you.
So regular order of business, 5.1, will the applicant team for 31521 Mar Vista Avenue come to your desk table? Mr. Wilks, long time no see. Ex parte. Do we have ex parte?
Chair, I visited the site and spoke with Steve Coratani.
Same.
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 Same for me as well. Mr. Wank, your fabulous presentation.
Thank you. Good evening, Design Review Board and members of the public. Item 5.1 is a request for design review at 31521 Mar Vista Drive, located in the R1 zone. The property is currently developed with a single-family dwelling with attached two-car garage. The proposed project includes a new pool, pool equipment within the front yard setback, and landscaping. Staff has not received any public correspondence regarding the proposed project, and staff is recommending that the board adopt a resolution approving Design Review 23-1774 and finding said action exempt from CEQA. That will conclude my staff summary, and I'm available for any questions.
Lovely. Any members of the board have questions for staff? No? Okay. The public hearing is now open. Mr. Wilks?
Good evening. Good evening, board. My name is Michael Wilkes. I'm the landscape architect for the project. I have here with me Val and Patty Morales and Steve Coratani, which some of you would have met with. We have a very simple project for review tonight, which includes a new pool and adjacent landscape. As you would have observed from your site visit, there is no staking as the pool is set entirely within the existing grade. The pool will not be visible from any properties on Eagle Rock Way. We have had no concerns raised by adjacent neighbors during our outreach. The proposed pool is not, I repeat, not in the front yard setback and is in fact located in the buildable area of the lot that is clearly shown on the plans. The pool equipment is vaulted entirely below grade. The project exceeds the minimum required landscape open space. We have 360 degrees of fire access maintained around the structure, and the existing mature pepper tree on the corner will remain. Additional trees and planting are proposed along the Eagle Rock Way right-of-way to soften walls. We require no variances or CDP, and we have a full supportive staff report. We see no reason that would preclude the full board from approving our project tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. At this time, any members of the public wish to speak on this project? You, sir? Okay.
Hi.
Hello.
I'm Jeff Hogan. I have a house at 31501 Eagle Rock Way. We're his immediate neighbors. And I enjoyed the drawing. It's a very nice drawing. And I really have no objection to the pool. In general, I do have concern about the downhill retaining wall and that structure. And that would be my only concern about the structural integrity of that wall.
Absolutely. I understand.
Thank you.
That's my only concern.
Thank you. We'll address that in due time. Thank you.
Excellent.
Address that. That is
Yeah.
good.
Okay. Thank you.
We'll address it in due time.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Yep.
Any other members of the board or of the public?
This is my only comment.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
I appreciate it. Thank you. Anybody else? Okay, you have 3 minutes.
Just to address Jeff's comment, the pool will be completely freestanding on its own. So if the entire planet around it falls away, the pool will be able to support itself. So, and that'll all be done through structural plans that are submitted to the building department and reviewed.
Wonderful. Anyone from the board have questions?
Just a quick clarification. Michael, you mentioned the pool is not in the setback, it's just the pool equipment.
Correct. Because of the slope of the lot qualifies for a reduced front yard setback, 5 feet for the garage, 10 feet for the house. The front yard is technically on Eagle Rock. Previous project, the house that was constructed, previous landscape projects that were approved, all contain the same setbacks. So this pool sits 10 feet back from the front property line, which means that it is within the buildable area of the lot, not in the front yard setback.
Right. Just wanted to clarify that. And then the other question I had was mainly for staff for my education, because the issue comes up quite a bit on fire pits. What is the municipal code as far as fire pits?
No, so there is a minimum requirement of like distance to combustible surfaces. And so I believe, let me just like, I don't,
Isn't it like 10 feet or something?
10 feet typically, but depending if it's in a fuel modification zone or non-fuel modification zone, it varies.
I just wanted to clarify because that question comes up quite a bit on fire pits. So more for my education than anything else. Thank you.
I'll ask the question. The retaining wall that the gentleman was talking about, is it the one that's staying or the new one?
I believe he's talking about the existing one that's along the property line. Of course, our pool is not going to be designed to rest and push over his wall. The pool, as I said, will be built on caissons and be completely self-supporting. So the structural engineer will make sure that there's no additional loading than what exists today.
And the weight of water is less than the weight of dirt, right?
Well, like I said, it'll all be done.
Any other questions?
Oh, I can provide further clarification. I found it.
Yes.
So if it is in a fuel modification designation area, the devices have to be located per the manufacturer's recommendations relating to separation from any combustible structure. But if it's in a non-fuel modification zone, and I'll have Garrett clarify which one it is, then it's a requirement of 10 feet from any combustible. Yeah.
Is this in a high fire zone?
Non-fuel mod?
This is not located in a fuel mod area.
Okay. So then it would be not located within 10 feet of any combustible structure.
Beautiful.
So that's in the fuel mod is 10 feet.
It's per the manufacturer's specifications.
Would you like to leave?
Sure, I can start. I think this is a very easy project. It's pretty straightforward. You've answered some of the questions that were raised, and I can support the project tonight. It meets all the design review qualifications or requirements or guidelines.
All the above. Yeah.
Again, there's been much more complicated pools in the area. It's definitely neighborhood compatible. I think this is done in a really simple way. It utilizes the lot within the buildable space. It meets the general plan code, and I think it'll be a beautiful addition to the area.
All right. Ms. Coveney?
I agree. I think we usually discourage front yard pools, but because of the way this house is situated and arranged on the corner there, I think this is not setting precedent, and it's something that will not be an issue, and I can get behind the project. I echo my fellow board members. I am a little concerned about precedent because we have rejected front yard pools as kind of a general policy, and I am concerned about precedent here. However, I think this falls within a very unusual and unique circumstance in that it is essentially a side yard, number one. Number two is there's no close adjoining house along, particularly along the Eagle Rock, the street there. I think it's well blocked off from the street and other adjoining houses. I don't think it will set a precedent for an additional reason that there's no objections to this pool, and it's to be well landscaped. I'm a little concerned about the size of the pool, but I think given the nature of the plans that it works, so I can support the project.
Perfect. And I concur with my colleagues. I would just like to add that size doesn't matter with the pools. It doesn't add extra noise or make it more quiet or one way or the other. So I can improve this project based on the staff's findings, and yeah. So with that, I'd like to make a motion to approve agenda item 5.1 located at 31521 Mar Vista Avenue with the recommended action by staff.
I'll second.
Board Member Coveney?
Yes.
Board Member Gibbs?
Yes.
Board Member Weil?
Yes.
Chair Pro Tem Thalman? And
Yes.
Chair Gannon?
Yes,
Thank you. Motion passes unanimously.
thank you. Thank you. Oh, thank you. Occasionally it does. Take a Grinch kiss. Okay, next up is 5.2 located at 850 Bolsa Way. Do we have ex parte?
Chair, I visited the site and spoke with James Ward Henry II.
Oh.
Second.
Same, Chair.
Also spoke with James Ward Henry II and went by the site.
And I visited the site.
I just have to say it because I've never said the second. I visited the site and spoke with James Ward Henry II as well.
And Chair, I'd request an expedited hearing on this item.
Oh, absolutely, yes. Mr. Wank, are you on this one too? Oh, well, you did so fabulously well the first time. You get it expedited second time.
Absolutely. Item 5.2 is a request for design review and a coast development permit at 850 Bolsa Way, located in the R2 zone. The property is developed with a single-family dwelling and attached two-car garage, constructed in 1948 with a garage extension and extended roof deck added in 1993. The proposed project includes a 323 square foot upper level addition, 149 square feet of elevated deck, trellis, and landscaping. A mapped natural watercourse is located on the property. However, no improvements are proposed within the watercourse setback area. A coast development permit is required for an attached accessory dwelling unit that is exempt from design review. Staff has not received any public correspondence regarding the proposed project and is recommending that the board adopt resolution approving design review 23-1804 and coastal development permit 23-1805 and finding said action exempt from CEQA. That will conclude my staff summary and I'm available for any questions.
Lovely, thank you. Any questions for staff? No questions for staff? Yay, nay?
What classified the ADU as non-exempt? I know, you and I think alike sometimes.
She was hemming and
Louis,
hawing.
what's the question? I didn't hear.
All attached and detached ADUs that are not conversions are required to go through some coastal development permit process. In this case, it would have been an admin CDP waiver, but they've elected to process that during the design review process.
Wait, I'm not sure I understand.
Yeah.
Yeah, there needs to be a coastal development permit, right, for this project?
Yes, there is some form of coastal development permit required for this ADU.
And all the findings for a CDP must be made by the design review board?
That is correct.
Okay.
And yeah, I think that's fairly new, isn't it, Garrett? The new state law or interpretation from the Coastal Commission.
It's relatively new that we are requiring for all ADUs to process some form of CDP. In this case, the only type that are able to avoid a CDP is if they're converting existing living area to existing or to living area for the ADU.
Okay.
Did you say existing living area into an ADU or existing area into an ADU?
Existing living
my
area to an
education.
ADU, if they were to be converting non-habitable to living area, they would still have to process a CDP.
Okay. Noted. This is a question I get asked in the public very often. Okay, good, got it. All right, you have 5 minutes.
I'm not going to say a whole lot. I've spoken with most of you about the project. I'm here tonight with Andy and Candy Duncan. They've owned the property for a number of years. They've been looking forward to this project. If you're out there, there's remnants of an old footing that was started by the previous owner 50 years ago, and he abandoned the project. And so this is actually fulfilling the dream of that, I guess. But I'm just available for any questions, and I'll leave it at that. So thank you.
Get expedited. Thank you. Do you guys have any comments? You don't have to speak. No, if they're still within 5 minutes. Okay, well, at this time, any member of the public wish to speak on this project? It's located 850 Bolsa Way. No? All right. 3 minutes to rebut yourself. Okay. Do you have questions for the applicant? No? Who would like to go first?
Chair, I can approve this project. This, again, very straightforward. And they addressed the issue regarding the ADU with the CDP. So that was my only question. So I can approve it tonight. It meets all the design review guidelines. And to make a note on the height, it is below the existing roof edge. So it's not really higher. It's just our code calculation, how we figure that. So
Thank you.
I-
Mr. Lewis?
I think it's a very modest remodel and kind of slight addition to the project or the site. And I think it fits within the characteristic of the neighborhood, and it fully meets the design review criteria to me.
I echo my chair people's comments, and I can also get behind this project tonight. Thank you.
All right, I agree with all my colleagues. I will note one finding required for the coastal development permit that applies to ADUs now. Chair, we talked about this at the last meeting when you weren't there. And I think it's an important finding. It's actually finding 1 criteria 6, and I'll read it. The proposed development will be visually compatible with the character of surrounding areas and where feasible will restore and enhance visual quality in visually degraded areas. We are charged with making that finding when we're issuing a CDP, even for accessory dwelling units. So in this case, because the ADU is on the first level, it is not creating any visual impairment and is visually compatible with the neighborhood. Even if we were to consider the addition on top as part of visual compatibility, it is entirely compatible with that neighborhood from all angles, including view, mass, and scale, and the other criteria that we would use for determining visual compatibility. For that reason, I can make that finding. I think the board can make that finding, and otherwise, the project satisfies all criteria, modest, and I would approve it.
All right.
Chair, I can move to approve the project 850
I have to
Bolsa Way.
make comments real quick. Just
Sorry.
that's okay.
Does the
Yeah.
chair wish to speak?
I did return from Europe, by the way. I'm sitting right here. I do exist. I just like to echo what my board members have said. That's all. But I have to put it on the record. Go ahead. The floor is yours.
Okay, Chair, I'll move to approve the project at 850 Bolsa Way and to adopt resolution 231804, approving design review 231804 for an upper level addition above 15 feet in height, a new elevated deck, trellis, and landscaping, coastal development permit 231805 for an attached accessory dwelling unit, and finding said action exempt from CEQA under section 15301.
Second.
Board Member Coveney,
Yes.
Board Member Gibbs,
Yes.
Board Member Weil,
Yes.
Chair Pro Tem Thalman.
Yes.
And Chair Gannon.
Yes.
Thank you.
Next up is 5.3, located at 155. Thank you, guys. Oh, there's Grinch kisses over there. Located at 155 McKnight Drive, ex parte. While the applicants find their way to the front.
Received the letter, email letter from the neighbor and visited the site.
Chair, I met with the owner, Joan Davidson, at the site.
I drove by the site and also reviewed the letter of approval.
Chair, are they here?
I don't think so. Are there people outside?
I told them to be here at 5 p.m.
Here at 5 a.m.?
PM. Okay,
Chair, I'll suggest we trail this item until the applicant team shows up.
I like that idea. Okay, so next up will be 5.4, located at 505 Dunnigan Drive. Anyone in the audience for 505 Dunnigan Drive? There they are. Where's your doggy?
It's going to be a long night.
Maybe not.
You're up
It's
a couple
moving.
times.
Okay, so ex parte for this one.
I spoke with Warren and recently had a public hearing on this item.
Yeah, previous site visit and speaking with the applicant team.
I did the same.
I did speak to Warren about it, but not at the site.
And I drove by the site as well.
And
Good
Chair, I'll
evening,
call
gentlemen.
for an expedited hearing on this one.
Absolutely. Mrs. Mendoza? Is it Mrs. or Ms.?
Miss.
Miss Mendoza.
Good evening, Chair Gannon and members of the Design Review Board. My name is Jessica Mendoza. Item 5.4 is a request for a design review at 505 Dunnigan Drive. The project was first heard on October 10th, 2024, and was supported at the meeting by the public that commented on the project. At this meeting, the Design Review Board did consider the project, but with evidence and analysis before it, it could not be approved in full. So let me go back. The analysis and findings in the staff report constitute that staff attempts to effectuate the direction of the Design Review Board. However, staff is not making a formal recommendation on the project and is up to the Design Review Board to determine the analysis that it is sufficient for to approve Design Review 24-0425 and the variance 24-0427. To give just a brief just information on the project site, the property is located in the R1 residential low density zone with an existing single family residence and attached 2-car garage. The property is a corner lot situated between Dartmoor Street and Dunnigan Drive. The proposed project includes a new attached garage that is 1,003 square feet. It also includes a new vehicular access from Dartmoor Street, a new spa that's located on the upper level deck, as shown in this slide before you. That would also include a roof extension that is encroaching into the additional building setback. The roof extension that is being proposed for this project requires a variance because it does encroach in the additional building setback and contributes to the structure. The proposed roof encroachment does not have any negative impact towards any neighbor that is adjacent to the property or any public in general. The proposed garage at 505 Dunnigan Drive does require a variance because it exceeds the maximum allowable height of 30 feet as specified in the R1 zoning standards. The addition of the garage at the lowest level does increase the height measurements from lowest finished floor to the roof, resulting in a height of 37 feet and 7 inches. So that is 7 feet and 7 inches above the permitted limit. The following slides presents 2 examples of properties within the vicinity with dual garage access, beginning with the first property that is located at 397 Weymouth Place. It features an attached 2-car garage and also a detached 1-car garage. The attached garage and the detached garage does bring a total of both roughly 1,150 square feet per the property files. And then the second property example at 408 Panorama Drive includes 2-car garages, 2 1-car garages, both facing Panorama Drive. Each car garage is approximately in total 658 for both combined. Staff is recommending that the Design Review Board by motion adopt a resolution, which is attachment 1, approving Design Review 24-0425 in part for a new spa and consider the approval of Design Review 24-0425 and the variance 24-0427 for the garage addition, new driveway access, and roof extension, and for a structure that's exceeding the maximum allowable height and the encroachments into the additional building setback. And findings that the action be exempt from CEQA under sections 15301 and 15303. This concludes my presentation. If you have any questions, I'm available.
Thank you. Board, any questions to staff? No? Mr. Lewis?
Just specifically, in short, the findings that we need to make that aren't recommended from the staff report are
So
For the variance?
Is it just is it the variance?
Yeah,
that
it's just
we
a variance.
Just specifically define? And which number from the variance do we need to call out?
Let me pull up
Numbers.
the-
Is it all of them or?
correct, yeah.
It's also land use policy, correct?
Well, it's a variance for the roof and for the height for the garage
For the height and
and the roof extension. Do we need one for the spa? I don't think so.
Yeah.
Well, actually, you say we do here. Up for design review.
No, there's no one.
I thought it was just for the two.
So
not
it's
for the
just
spa.
for the roof extension and the garage.
Yeah.
And is it two variances then, or or do they have them separately, or can they both variances be under the same?
It's one variance request, and then two types of variances are requested under that entitlement number.
Okay.
Yeah.
Got it.
Thank you for the clarification.
All right, any other questions? No? All right, Mr. Warren?
No comments, thank you.
Okay.
Do you have any comments?
Thank you for your time.
All right.
Get out of here.
Get out of here. So that will take us into public comments. Anyone from the community wish to speak on this project? 505 Dunnigan? No? Okay. Would you like to have a rebuttal of silence?
Well, I was born in a small town, no comments, thank you.
Okay. Expedited it is. You want to lead us off?
I had a question. It came up, I think I asked the question last time. If the garage component is supported by the rest of the board, can we make a condition to make it uninhabitable unless it's not non-habitable space?
So we can't convert it
So
into
you
an
can't
ADU? or into
Convert
living
it, you
space?
can't convert it without coming for new approvals.
yeah, I mean, so they would for sure have to come back. I would be a bit, with what the state is doing with housing, that there may be a bit of this may be somewhat of a tension between a condition that says you cannot do X, Y, and Z, and then a subsequent, ADU or state housing laws that says you can do A, B, and C. So I just want to be sure that it's not, that wouldn't potentially be written in complete stone, if that was the direction. Hang tight. And so hang on.
Yeah.
So Madam Chair, if you would like to, go with
Yes.
the applicant.
The public hearing is still open, so yes, you may.
I have an
First.
ADU approval above the garage. So the only thing you could do in the garage would be a JADU, and you can't do that with a conversion, I think. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So it's a moot point.
Right. And so
Oh, it's rather cavernous in there, so it's unlikely that he will ever, or that a human would ever want to live in there.
No, 'cause
But
JADU
I've been in some crazy places in Laguna that have been
understand.
bootlegged over the 100 of years. And
Abandoned.
stranger things have happened. I would
It's
more
possible.
encourage that
Got it.
if some fashion was to live there, or if it was noted that someone was,
So I guess the
It would
question
need
is,
new
can we,
We're not in public, we're not in board comments right now.
no, this is the question.
Yeah.
Oh,
So
okay.
let me kind of see if I can rephrase the question. Is the question, can we attach as a condition that this can only be used for garage purposes?
That's what he was just saying.
And so, yes, you guys as the board can effectuate that condition. Practically, of course, there is the enforcement mechanism. We do not have, warrant and power to go in and check at all times. Similarly, the applicant, which I do not doubt your veracity, but runs with the land, and I have no idea what the state may or may not do. So it's going to be tough for a condition of this board to override either a condition of the municipal code or potential state law that a property owner can avail him or herself to. So yes, we can impose that condition. We can put it in the resolution. I want to be sure that the board understands that that is not 100% airtight for the reasons that I've listed. It's very hard to tell someone, hey, state law comes down the road or the municipal code says you can do A, B, and C, but we're telling you that you can't.
It's current state law that area of the house cannot be used for living space without a window, without ingress and egress. Like,
That sounds right to me, but I can't. I wouldn't say that with 100% certainty.
Okay.
I don't need, I guess my question's not being founded in the principle that it needs to run with the land forever, but it just, I'd feel better because of the uniqueness of this application to have some sort of marker in the record that
Yeah.
deems this uninhabitable unless future entitlements are approved.
Yeah,
Well,
let me
the-
talk,
Hold
I'll
on,
address it when we
Ms. Stallman
talk
has the
about
board, or Ms.
in
Stallman,
deliberations. Let me, I'll
Okay.
give you my views on
Ms.
Thank you
Stallman,
for answering the question.
Boys.
Where that was coming.
Ms. Stallman, you have the floor.
Thank you.
Yes.
I just had a question under the environmental context for Ms. Mendoza. Under the roof extension encroaching into the additional building setback, the roof extension does not comply with the goals and policies of the general plan or Title 25 because it encroaches into the additional building setback, which is not consistent with Laguna Beach Municipal Code. So how does this affect our findings when in approving this project? Because I guess my concern is, and my notes to myself were, we need to make specific findings on this issue. I think it's important because we're doing the analysis and making the recommendation and not taking the recommendation from professional staff. So I think our findings are going to be very important on this issue. So this one, it's a general plan policy, but for those novices of us that don't know everything about the general plan, how does this affect the, I guess, the findings is the only thing I can come up with
For the roof.
for
extension-
approval, findings for approval, because there is no general plan policy that addresses this setback, building setback issue for the roof extension. So
Is that true? I mean, I'm not sure I understand.
that's in the staff report under
What page is that?
environmental context, page 8.
Page 8. I didn't catch that when I read it. Let me see.
So I, you know.
Let me, so like.
Yeah, what is the story on that? If it doesn't comply with the goals and policies of the general plan, how can we approve that?
Isn't that the point of why it's under a variance? Because the variance is a deviation from the general plan and that we just have to approve that the specifics as to why it generally, in this instance, it, even though it might not meet the land use general plan, it meets the intent
Well-
in application with the site.
That's a good question. I mean, generally variances are for prescriptions in ordinances, not in a general plan. Can we violate a policy of, can we do a variance from a policy of the general plan
Sure, so the.
legally?
Right, yes, I mean, so the policies of the general plan are varying and oftentimes can be read to, well, it's designed to be internally consistent. There are different policies throughout the general plan. So to answer your question, Board Member Gibbs, yes, that just because there's a specific policy in the general plan that may be contemplated or may be in slight tension with the proposed development, that doesn't mean that project is forever, forbidden in the city.
Okay.
And just to, let me see the show of hands. Does every board member support the roof extension into that?
I do.
You do? Okay.
I have some comments on the garage. though,
Okay.
but-
I think that's the issue or the problem I'm having. And if anybody's going to make a motion on this, it seems to me that we should address that policy issue.
Well, the policy issue would be dealt with in the variance. So if the grounds for the, and I'm not talking as a lawyer, but what we're being asked to find is the finding for the variance. If the variance, if we can make those findings, which I believe we can as the overhang, then that essentially allows us to vary in that aspect from the policies of the general plan. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, I guess so.
I mean,
I can make the
we don't have to
variance.
make any other findings but the variance findings. And correct me if I'm wrong,
It's-
Petra.
And
This
we have
is
to make
more for their
variance findings
protection.
Specifically for the garage
get
and
it.
then
I
variance
totally get
findings
that.
specifically for that. Yeah. So I can support the variance findings for the garage if another, and I can state those findings. If you guys have findings for the roof extension, then I,
Bill on Jessica's, I think. 5.3.
Hi, Garrett.
What's going on?
40 minutes.
Garrett,
Joe, hang on. Can we mute him?
Garrett logged in through Zoom. That was our city
Okay.
planner. He's a great guy.
Okay, good.
Right, okay, so we have to make findings for the garage and findings again for the roof separately.
Right, correct. And so, and then just for the board, so the way, this is a unique project, right? Because it came once, we got direction from the board. So, Madam Pro Tem is correct. The staff report basically is teed up that it's up to your guys', discretion. We are not making a formal recommendation, which is a little bit odd. However, the resolution that is attached was what I call staff's best efforts to make the findings. So the findings are there, albeit staff is, in this instance, due to the unique circumstance, not formally making a recommendation other than, well, for part of it, we are. The other part, we are saying it is up to your discretion. And then in the attached resolution is staff's best effort. You guys as, the city decision makers, if you have different findings, if you have different facts you want to put in there, myself and Ms. Mendoza are all ears.
Okay,
That helps a lot. I'm just reading the resolution and it's
Got it? Yeah.
Yeah,
a lot
the
clearer. Yeah.
resolution,
That
feel better.
confused me earlier, and that's why I was asking at the beginning was like, it felt like this, as I read the staff report, it was somewhat supportive, but I understand the position difference versus what was written based on direction from the board.
Correct.
Chair, can I start? the
yes, I would love for you to start. Thank you.
All right, this one, let me just talk just generally. The staff report and the resolution were excellently done. This is a tough one because it's unique and it didn't fit neatly within the findings, particularly findings 1 and 2 for the variance. And it didn't fit neatly within them, particularly for the garage. I think the overhang fits within the findings pretty correctly. It is not having any impact. It provides a privilege, given the location, to allow it. Provides a privilege shared by other property owners, in the area. I think the special circumstances are there, and it's really a very minor thing. Okay, now with respect to the garage, the big issue that we had in the first hearing and that I had with it regarding making the findings for a variance was that you already have a garage on the upper street on Dunnigan. Whether we would be setting a precedent. I also had some significant concerns regarding the size of this garage and whether we're setting a precedent. I appreciate staff finding 2 other instances in the area that I visited that had the two garage access. I'm also aware of a third, which is at High and Bondview, that's in the Tree Street area that had 2 as well. I think that does create the special circumstance that would allow you in this project to have 2 garage access points. So I think you barely squeak through there, but you do. The issues I have regarding or not the issues, the findings that I can make to approve both the design review application and the variance for the whole garage plan are based on a couple of things. One is that there is 2 access point garages throughout north, at least several instances of north Laguna Beach. Also, and these are important because I don't want to create a precedent here. We do not want to see a bunch of people coming in here and wanting to put 1,000-square-foot garages underneath their house because they're on the side of a hill. So what the staff report finds that I find of particularly persuasive on that point is that the subject property is uniquely situated at the intersection of Dunnigan and Dartmoor. And if it is, it's almost like surrounded by streets on 3 sides. Moreover, there's no public walkway, there's no narrow street, there's nothing that would suggest that this creates an access problem or a neighborhood compatibility problem. There's one other point. The ingress and egress from the 2 garages do not create any conflict with pedestrians or other vehicles. It's well viewed and accessed in a safe manner. I think for those reasons, you do squeak by on this, but it's really want to be very project specific. And the most important criteria I think I find is the fact that you're really on a corner, surrounded on three sides by streets and only one side by a house that's rather distant and not impacted in any way by the garage arrangement that you're applying for. So for those reasons, I think we can make the findings, and I appreciate that the staff has included those findings in detail in the resolution. I think it sets the record very clear as to the lack of precedent setting that this project has for future projects, and I can support the project.
I'll go next. Thank you, Tom. That was great. I ditto those comments. Yeah, your lot's very unique and your setbacks then are a little wonky because of it. So as far as the variance for the encroachment, that is easily approved there. It provides you, the comfort you require for that deck, and kind of enclosing that spa a little bit helps with the design integrity of the overall architecture, as well as being neighborhood compatible. The height, because you're excavating below the house, that makes sense to me that you're able to exceed the height limit. If you were adding onto the top or having to extend your roof at all, that would be a different story. So that works there. You have real limited parking on that uphill side where your existing garage is. It's really unsafe to park there. So I was worried about you maybe taking and stealing some street parking, but I think essentially that's just dead up there, and you can easily access this lower area now, and there's still plenty of street parking, and there's a public park over there, but I think is a public open space that has plenty of parking around that. Excuse all my I think there's nothing in the specific, in the general plan that discourages additional access points. So there's nothing that really says we can't do it. So at least that's what's noted in the resolution. So I support what the resolution states, and I can get behind the project tonight.
Chair, I was going to talk about the condition of lack of habitability, if I can just address that very quickly. Okay. Yeah, I think we would have a different feeling on the board if we felt this could be converted easily to a habitable space. I don't find that to be the case, given that it is essentially a cave into the side of a hill, access points, and a number of other problems. Moreover, I suspect that building and it would probably be subject to at least administrative design review. So I think that's a low probability, like very low. However, I agree with comments of Board Member Weil that we should make it a condition that it can only be used as a garage, for the reason that it is huge in size. If it was a normal 500 square foot garage, I'd feel differently. So my approval of the project would be based upon that condition. Whether or not ultimately it can be enforced is probably the best we can do.
Go ahead.
Okay, I'll go
after
ahead.
you.
So I can easily concur with my colleagues, and I'd just like to repeat my findings for the variance that I took claim to previous time for the first time. And that's that this is a special lot that has conditions creating a hardship for improving the property. The public benefit is also improving the safety on a blind curve because you have that corner lot. And then it will not have adverse impacts to the neighbors. And to your point, there's no parking on that side of the street anyway, so it's a hillside that it's not used anyway for the public. So the roof height doesn't change. It's just the variance is for roof height, but it doesn't impact the overall property. And then, yeah, to Tom's point that there's other properties in the vicinity that have the same benefit. So with that, I can support the project, and yeah, so much for a expedited hearing. I'll keep it to that.
I did my part.
Yeah.
Chair, I would just add, and I agree with my colleagues, and I do think this is a bit of a new precedent for Laguna, because we now have sort of a sample of how you store RVs, which there isn't, that's silent currently in our code. So I think this is actually a good thing to get them off the street. And in particular, in this area, it does improve the access
I like to
and
just,
parking.
this isn't an RV, it's a Sprinter van, but it's not used as an RV.
But they are made into RVs all the time. But I know yours is not. But moving on to, I think this was designed in a way to reduce the mass and scale, and it incorporates the home design. So that's improved. And as Tom mentioned, adopting the resolution provides the findings to approve those variances, which gives me comfort, which I had a problem with initially, but after hearing the attorney's explanation on it, it's much more comfortable. And it is neighborhood compatible with the other homes in the other areas that have dual garage access. So I can approve the project tonight. Again, so much for an expedited hearing.
Yeah, no, I mean, a lot going on with this one, and it really is the uniqueness of this location, the lot, the topography, the street frontage, that really took some consideration to how to make this work. There was a lot of care and a lot of thought into the design. I concur with my colleagues and what they said, and I think just from the findings, the special circumstances really is the topography and the site. It's necessary for the preservation of the right of enjoyment. There are other 3-car garages in the vicinity, and it's not detrimental to public health. And the granting of such it's consistent to my perspective because it is a 3rd-car garage. And that is allowable as long as the board determines that the access and the criteria are met within the guidelines. And I find that it meets that. So from the garage standpoint, that one's good. The roof, similar thing, the topography is driving it for the special circumstances, location similarly. It's necessary because in context for the other homes on the street, they really are setback to setback. And the reason yours is an abbreviated setback is because of the curved nature of the lot. And that's special and unique for this spot. It's not detrimental to public health, and granting of it is consistent with the general plan in my standpoint. So I am good with those variance findings and what's mentioned by the colleagues. I appreciate that we have some language to preserve the habitability of it as reasonably as we can. So with all that, I can support the project.
Okay, so I will expedite this. I'd like to approve agenda item number 5.3 located at 505 Dunnigan Drive for design review 24-0425 with the variance 24-0427 with the recommended action for approval.
And then, Madam Chair, if I may, just read into the record briefly, the added condition, which I believe should be condition number 16, and then renumber the remaining as follows. The garage shall remain uninhabitable and shall only be used for garage uses unless otherwise approved by a future city entitled.
Can I just say what Mr.
So
Duncan
moved, yeah,
said?
yeah.
Yes. So I won't even try it. Okay, so I do want to try it. Adopt that condition, Mr. Dunnigan's condition. Okay,
I'll second.
Mr. Gibbs seconds.
Board Member Coveney,
Yes.
Board Member Gibbs,
Yes.
Board Member Weil,
Yes.
Chair Pro Tem Thalman,
Yes.
and Chair Gannon.
Yes.
And thank you. Motion passes.
Thank you. Thanks, everybody.
Take the Grinch.
Thank you.
Are
is
the
the applicant
applicants
here?
for 155 McKnight Drive here? Okay. Did you get stuck in traffic?
No, I told him 5:30. It's me.
Oh,
It's my bad.
Did it get called already?
yes. Yes,
I
you
was-
did.
I don't know why.
Okay, so we're going to jump back in
I took
time.
advisement from staff.
So we're going to go back 5.3 located at 155 McKnight Drive, ex parte. We have to give it again.
Visited the site priorly and spoke with neighbors and stuff and received the email correspondence and visited the site again.
Oh,
And I visited the site and met with the applicant team and the owners, Pamela Polson and her husband, Peter.
I visited the site and reviewed the letter from Mr. Schott.
And I too visited the site and met with Mrs. Davidson.
I visited the site and met with Ms. Davison.
All
Thank
right.
you.
You have the floor.
Oh, all right, thank you.
Okay.
Item 5.3 is for a project at 155 McKnight Drive. The project involves modifications to a prior DR, additional grading, upper level and basement additions, a car lift with 2 spaces in the basement, hardscaping and landscaping. The project is located in North Laguna here at the corner of Via Mayorga and McKnight Drive. At the August 22nd, 2024 meeting, the Design Review Board recommended revising the upper level addition to address view equity issues for 161 McKnight Drive and address the massing on the north elevation and reduce glazing. The applicant has since revised the project with a reduced upper level, thereby reducing the mass on the north elevation, rearranging the windows and doors. The size of the upper level deck has increased as a result, and the applicant has also proposed materials, change of materials of wood slats instead of dark marble and dark bronze. And staff has received public correspondence in support from the neighbors at 161 McKnight Drive, and that's included as attachment 7. Staff is recommending approval of this project. I'm available for questions. Thank you.
Lovely. Ms. Tallman?
Chair, with regard to ex parte, I misspoke. The people I met with, Pamela Polson and her husband Peter, were for Chiquita, the project on Chiquita, not McKnight. Not far away, but wrong house.
Thank you. Any questions for staff? No? No questions for staff? Okay, you have the floor.
Good evening, board members. My name is Bernardo Broas, architect for the project and representing the Davidsons for this project. And since the last hearing, the overall consensus was working with the immediate neighbors, which we did. We visited the site, met with Kathleen, one of the co-owners, and listened to her concerns, looked at the staking plan that was up at the time. And then from that meeting, worked with both her and Edward to resolve the situation, and had several Zoom calls proposing, let's say, resolutions to their concerns as far as opening up the view corridor and eliminating the staircase. So in the current design, we have done so by removing the staircase and relocating it internally. And in response to that design change, as Daniel mentioned, the deck has been proposed or enlarged for that result. The design also has a reduction in of a roof overhang as suggested by the immediate neighbor. So it would be less of an impediment to the view corridor. So all those items as suggested and as articulated in the revised design with the various finishes materials that we propose to give more articulation to the elevation, also as suggested by the board in the previous hearing. So with all that said, we hope this proposed design satisfies your approval. And as Daniel mentioned, we do have the support from the neighbors by doing this revised design. Thank you.
Thank you. At this time, any members of the public wish to speak on this project? No? Okay, you have 3 more minutes if you'd like to continue, or you can expedite it.
I'd like to expedite it, please.
Lovely. Board, any questions for the applicant? No? Oh, you have a question? Ms. Tallman has a question.
Looking at the pool, what was the size of the pool? The final calculation?
The pool, ma'am?
Yes.
There's,
That hasn't changed from the original design?
Oh, it wasn't expanded?
No.
Okay. And then, hold on one sec. Some questions on the grading. The grading it seems like it's gone up because the basement is quite large. What, 1,800 feet or 1,600 feet?
Yeah, it slightly grew due to the fact of relocating some equipment that was utilized on this reversion of the staircase. So now there's a mechanical space down in the basement. So in that, we had to grow the basement slightly.
Okay. It's up to 1,850 cubic yards. So that seems significant. The impervious surfaces were at 75%, which has gone up from the last. And I think all in all, with these changes, it's much more neighborhood compatible with the changes you made, I think are improving. But those are just some of the questions I had on the impervious services have increased. And have you thought about perhaps exchanging out some of the hard surfaces with pavers for the driveways, things to make more pervious surfaces rather than impervious surfaces?
Yeah, those are definitely, we can take that into consideration due to the driveway approach from the street to the garage. It's a slight downhill slope. By making it more impervious, we would have to look at materials that wouldn't create a slippage effect. But yeah, definitely we can look into that.
Would you like to carry that into comments? No. Okay. No more questions? No? No questions? Comments?
I'm very supportive of the changes that you guys did. You really listened to the board and really listened to the neighbors and really, it sounded like, there was definitely some confrontation last time. So like the fact that you guys really made efforts to reach out, talk to each other, have Zoom sessions, as you mentioned, I think it really proved to be a positive effort because, my concern was the staircase was really blocking the views, and that was a very specific change you guys made that really enhanced that upper floor view corridor for the older property next door to maintain their view balance. And so for me, that upper floor reduction was significant and meets my criteria for what's needed for neighborhood compatibility and overall design. I think the articulation improved by a couple of little changes, adding the wood touches. I think gives it a little softer character, and it'll be a nice addition to that corner. The pervious surfaces wasn't something we talked about last time, but I'm amenable to seeing other options for the driveway, given that it is large. But the basement is the significant thing, and I recognize that the air conditioning units were behind that staircase, and to relocate those down there is probably a better choice overall for the proximity to neighbors and just the general effect of that equipment. So that change is supported by myself. I think it meets the design review criteria in the fullest, and I'm supportive of it this evening.
Let me go quickly. I support everything that Board Member Weil said. I'll also note that this is a great example of working with neighbors to come out with a good solution. I mean, obviously, we did not like this the proposal last time because of its impact. That was my primary, if not sole, problem with it. I think the design you've come up with is beautiful, and I think it will be a real improvement to the neighborhood. And so for that reason, I want to take my hat off to you and to the neighbors to come out with a solution that gets easy approval at the second hearing. Other than that, I don't have a problem with the impervious surfaces. I'd leave it up to you. I don't think making the entry to the garage or the driveway less pervious or less impervious is really going to make a significant difference. The overall design is not going to change or its impact on the neighborhood. So I could go with it either way. With that, I support the project.
Ms. Coveney?
I'll go. Yeah, I ditto. Tom, thank you. It's a beautiful design. I keep looking at it and wish I could have it. What you did before was beautiful as well. I appreciate you working with the neighbors. As Tom said, that's so important in our community. And also for the neighbors to really stay communicative with you and not shutting down. I think it's the Schotts is their name, or the Schott. I don't know how to pronounce it, but really, really great that they communicated with you. And I agree with Tom. I'm not so upset about the pervious surfaces, but if that's something that can be looked at, of course, that's always great. Yeah, it meets all design review criteria: articulation, mass and scale, design integrity, landscaping, access, lighting, everything spot on. Thanks. I get behind that.
Follow the next. Yeah, so for the second hearing, my main focus was how you were going to mitigate the view impact, and you did fabulously well. And then the addition with the overall materials, it accentuates the articulation, and so hats off to you for that, and it improves the overall design. So I I can approve this project tonight, and thank you for bringing that neighborhood to a very classy, high-end project. Thank you.
And I can echo my board members' comments as well. At first, looking at this, I thought perhaps the deck was a little bit large, but I understand why you did that, to ameliorate some of the concerns and view equity concerns and privacy concerns. So it fits nicely, neighborhood compatible. It's neighborhood compatible in this area, more of a modern design, but you seem to soften it with the landscaping around the perimeter. So I think that adds a nice touch as well. So I commend you on making those changes, and I can support the project.
All right. Well, I move to approve agenda item number 5.5 for case number design review 23-2047, coastal development permit 23-2065 with a recommended action by staff.
And so you should do 5.3.
Oh, I'm on 5.5.
This is McKnight. Sorry about that.
This, wait, that is McKnight. I do have it.
Yeah, so
Oh, so my agenda says 5.5 here, but
Apologies.
yes,
Sorry for
5.3, agenda item 5.3.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
My eyes aren't,
Don't look
you can confirm though, it says 5.5. Okay.
Yeah, it does. I second that.
With the,
Apologies.
okay, I just wanted to make sure my brain wasn't working properly. Okay, so 5.3 located at 55155 McKnight Drive, recommended action for approval.
Second.
Board Member Coveney.
Yes.
Board Member Gibbs.
Yes.
Board Member Weil.
Yes.
Chair Pro Tem Bellman.
Yes.
And Chair Gannon.
Yes,
Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much. Happy holidays.
thank you. So now that brings us to 5.5 located at 298 Beverly Street. Mr. Bell, good evening. Ex parte?
Chair, I met with the applicant, Lee Snow.
Hi, I drove by the site and spoke with Lee.
Visited the site and spoke with Lee.
And I just visited the site.
I visited the site and spoke with Lee. Mr. Latham, is this your project?
I'll be filling in for Arlen.
Lovely, Mrs. Chung.
Okay, and then just Lee, did you, for your presentation, sorry, before you begin, yeah, I'll just ask for it so that I can pull it up when it's your turn. Okay. So thank you, Chair Gannon. Good evening, members of the Design Review Board. Item 5.5 is a request for design review, a coastal development permit, and a revocable encroachment permit for 298 Beverly Street. The subject property is located in the R2 zone in North Laguna. It is a approximately 4,500 square foot lot that's situated at the corner of Hillcrest Drive and Beverly Street. It's currently improved with an approximately 954 square foot, one-story single-family residence and a detached two-car garage with vehicular access off of Hillcrest Drive. There is a lower-level storage room that's located below the garage. And the applicant is proposing to convert the detached two-car garage and storage area and also proposes a 32 square foot expansion in order to create an 850 square foot accessory dwelling unit. The ADU conversion and addition are located in a non-appealable area of the coastal zone and is subject to a coastal development permit, but it is exempt from design review. Design review, however, is required for the new vehicular access that's being proposed off of Beverly Street and also the alley, an elevated deck, and a revocable encroachment permit is requested for improvements within the public right-of-way. I do want to add some clarification. So on this slide here is the encroachment plan that was included in attachment 4 of the staff report. Inadvertently, it was missed inclusion within the staff report. There are 2 areas that are being requested for encroachment. Within the staff report, it was discussed that turf block is being proposed within the right-of-way off of Beverly Street. Additionally, the applicant is proposing concrete pavers along Hillcrest Drive. This is essentially, where the garage is. Maybe I should go to the previous slide here. As you can see in this middle photo here, the garage area So they'll be returning that area back to a curbed area so that it could accommodate a on-street parking space. They're going to be proposing concrete pavers in front of that garage area. So staff just wanted to note that, and we'll be adding a additional recommendation at the end here. So staff has analyzed the applicant's request with respect to the city's development standards and has determined that the project does conform to the zoning code, the general plan, as well as the design review guidelines. And also it complies with the coastal development permit and revocable encroachment permit criteria, and that the findings can be made. So therefore, staff is recommending that the board adopt the resolution 24-1859, which is attachment 1, thereby approving the design review, coastal development permit, and revocable encroachment permit entitlements, and finding said action exempt from CEQA. Staff is also recommending that the board direct staff to modify the resolution to reflect that the proposed encroachment area includes concrete pavers along Hillcrest Drive, and that be updated within the project description of the resolution and also in section 5, revocable encroachment permit finding number 4, because currently it just reflects turf block, and so we'd want to add concrete pavers.
Was to number 4.
It would be to REP finding number 4, which is on page 9 of the attached resolution, and then also update the project description within the resolution to that effect. Staff has not received any correspondence regarding this item, and that concludes my presentation and available for any questions. Thank you.
Ms. Chung?
Sure, I have a quick question for staff.
Yes.
Wendy, on the noticing, I noticed that the notice was posted on Hillcrest Avenue and the address was 296. Does that make any difference as far as? I don't know why the address was different.
The address for the property is 298 Beverly. I believe that they do propose in the future, once the ADU is established, they'll be requesting an address change
Separate
for
address.
296
Okay.
Beverly. Yeah.
Okay, I was wondering about.
All right. Any other questions? No? Going around the horn? No? That's it? All right, Mr. Bell, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Good evening, board and community. Thank you for, my name is Lee Snow, architect on the project. I mean, the site plan sort of shows that there's a existing one-story residence with an existing two-story garage with storage underneath it. And we are proposing to convert the garage into habitable area and an accessory dwelling unit. Because we're taking the garage spaces away, we need to put 2 spaces on the site. So we've chosen one adjacent to the ADU and one adjacent to the front building so that the 2 can act separately. The deck and carport are proposed, and a 4-foot roof extension is proposed on the roof of the building to help mitigate the sun on the glass of the upper level. I wish I would have had my slideshow, but it's pretty clean. Oh, this is it? Oh, wow, I didn't know. Okay, cool. So here's the existing building. The next slide, showing the garage. This is the upper level proposed floor plan. Very small kitchen, very small living room, powder room, stairs down to below, and then the deck outside. Next slide, please. Oh, that must have been the lower level, it didn't come. Or is it going backwards? And so you can skip that one. That's just the lower level showing the bedroom. Or is that the end? Oh, okay, wow. Well, anyway, I guess the rest of it's just model shots in a section showing the deck extension and the little roof extension. That's the only way we're really changing the building is that, and adding a little storage area underneath the sort of entry walkway there at the front, basically. Oh, there's a section, yeah.
It's on this.
Okay, so that was just the lower level plan, just a bedroom and a bath, and then that's showing the deck extension in gray and the little roof extension. And then the next slide is showing the kind of entry approach and the pavers on Hillcrest. Next slide. That's just showing the little carport and the deck. Next slide. And then that's just showing the indoor-outdoor kind of element with the wood soffit to sort of warm up the building, because it is kind of like a marshmallow, just stucco box dealing with. I think that's about all I had. Thank you.
So does that conclude your presentation?
Yes.
Okay. And I'm sorry for confusing you with Lee Bell. He was here earlier, or is going to be here.
No, that's me.
Yeah, I know.
Okay. I will have to clarify that.
But I got the Lee right. Okay, at this time, any members of the public wish to speak on this project? It's located at 298 Beverly Street. No? Okay. You can have 3 more minutes if you like, or you can expedite it.
I would like to give my time back to the board, please.
All right, sounds good. Any questions first? You have any questions for the applicant? You have questions?
I do.
Okay.
Lee, when we met and looked at the the driveway that's going to come off of Beverly, and I think your proposal is concrete pavers there. We looked that because of the topography of the hill, the bottom side of the driveway is going to come up. And so basically the driveway is going to come up about 1/3 of the way up to the house, you know, essentially a foot or so under the window there. And as I explained to you, I didn't see that condition anywhere on Beverly. In fact, it's really an unusual condition where the driveway goes 1/3 of the way up the house.
Well, it's not going to go 1/3 of the way. It's going up the planter in front of the house.
Is it going to go above how high is it going to go up on the downhill side of it?
I made a little section. Do you want me to?
Yeah,
bring it
why
up?
don't you show me?
This is.
Oh, wait, we're out of order.
Correct. And so, I mean, so that's fine. So you could say, so you guys can pass it.
Yeah, I'll
mark
pass it on, but
and then
let
we'll put
me
it-
ask you a question, but then I'll pass it on.
And we'll put it.
So what you're showing me here is that it's going, how far on the highest, well, on the overall side, how high up on the structure is it going?
That is, so I need a 2% slope, right, to get the water draining away from the building?
Correct.
So that would be on the highest part. The section's cut at the highest part of the driveway, but then I show you the other number for the low part of the driveway on there. But really, the top of the wall of that planter is 94.83.
Is it going to the top of the planter?
No, 4 inches down from the top, approximately,
Oh, it's going 4 inches down from the top. So
of the
how,
planter.
how much from the ground level up is it going? It's less than 2 feet, 1.5 feet?
Well,
I can pull up the
it's
picture.
interesting.
I just am concerned that the driveway is going to look like it's going, you know, up the house. But if you're saying it's smaller than what we visually looked at, is that?
Right, it's coming a little lower, and then there's a planter there that's going to be planted. So that sort of softens that.
Here, I'll pass this on.
You have the front, Wendy?
No, the driveway. Well, so it's clear to the board, what I'm talking about, there's going to be a new driveway that goes off of Beverly.
Yeah.
And there's going to be a curb cut.
It's an uncovered parking space.
And uncovered park,
Yeah.
and the hill, Beverly goes down like this. And so to make it into a flat driveway, you're going to go up the house. So this is not like right at the bottom of the house. So if the house is like right here, instead of it going right here, it's going like here. And so I'm trying to figure out how high up it's going to go.
Wendy, do you have a photo of the front of the house?
I have.
Oh, yeah.
So if it's going up less than I had appreciated and it does not create a neighborhood compatibility problem, I'd like to know that.
This might help. Wendy, didn't you mention that there's other off-street parking spaces on that street that's similar to what they're proposing?
Yeah, I mean, right next.
Oh, yeah, in the staff report, there is mention of other properties along Beverly Street that also have parking, like curb cuts and access and then parking spaces. Most of the properties in North Laguna that do have an alley at the rear, they do have their garage back there, they park back there, but there are some properties along this block of Beverly that do have parking within the front yard.
Right. Okay. So this isn't out of the norm. It's neighborhood compatible.
Mhm.
Got it.
Well,
Thank you.
But I think
there isn't any that go up above the bottom of the house without a significant separation. So let me ask you this. Is that driveway going below the retaining wall?
Below that planter, yeah, that planter wall in front of the,
Okay, and you and I talked about the feasibility of parking, doing 2 cars off the alley. Is that possible?
it is, the property owner prefers separate accesses.
Okay, thank you.
Well, I'm not the owner. I just wanted to add something, if that's okay or no.
Still, public hearing is still open. Yes, you can make a comment.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to add that I lived on Chiquita before living on Beverly for several years, and the vision that I had in not reading the heights that you're asking is that the lowest part of the grade would be what's extended, and if there needs to be a planter to the idea is not to make the car go up because that's where the view is. The idea is to just create a parking spot there, and it's in all of the neighborhood. There's many, not just on Beverly, but in the adjoining streets that have that arrangement where there's a car being parked in front of the house. And it just made more sense given that the house is where most of the people live and has the largest square footage. So to give access to a car there versus doubling down on the ADU.
Last question. Is the planter going to remain then?
Correct, yeah.
Does that wrap up?
I have a
board
quick question.
questions?
Access to the ADU is from, like, where's the front door to the ADU, so to speak?
It is,
Off of the alley, off of Hillcrest?
well, there's an existing stair now off of Hillcrest, like a little, there's a pad and a stair to get down to that part of the property now.
you
So
have
we're
photos?
going to use that same sort of stair and pad as the entry to the ADU at the upper level.
And presently, this driveway will be gone that's existing to the garages, and that will be where you want to do your stepping, the
Right,
stones
we're
that,
just gonna
for the
kinda
variance.
Make it flat, I mean, so, pedestrians could walk, it would,
And curb, there'll be a standard squared curb there, not a rolled curb.
you can see how the curb actually extends to the past that.
Yeah, so there's going
Yeah.
to be at least one parking space added to the public, if not 2, for 2 small cars.
Yeah, I just want to make sure that's a solid curb and not a
Oh, yeah. No, they're making it curbed.
Yeah.
It will be identified as a parking space from because of the curb that they're adding, right? A street, yeah, a parking street space for public. Yeah. All right, does that wrap up board questions? Can we go into comments? Mr. Weil, you look like you're ready to hit the trigger.
This one, but in fairness, a marshmallow is probably a nicer description of what's there now, and your architecture and design is bringing this to life in a really fun way. I think it's a nice little cleanup and like a revitalization of kind of an old tired property, and utilizing the space to add another unit, which is good. The parking configuration is a little different from what's there now, but I can approve it because I've seen plenty of these up and down the street that have kind of a dual access, or just some tuck in from the alley, some have access from the main street. Again, it's unique property because you have access from 3 streets. So the parking works for me, and the access requirement for design review. As far as the design and articulation, it's all clean, and I described that. The other components, this works for me. So the environmental context, I'm good with it. So it meets the design review criteria, and I'm supportive of it this evening.
And I'm supportive of it as well. The back alley addition, it's hidden, it's out of the way. I didn't see any privacy impacts or of any view impacts, so I can approve that. And then for the off-street parking in the front, it's nothing new to that area. I understand what you're going for, and staff supports it. I see the logic behind it. I support it, and I can make the findings for it. So I can approve this project tonight.
And I would echo my board members' comments as well. I think this is a real modest and actually improvement to that neighborhood. So I think it's going to be a great project.
I can approve the project as well. I think it's, it's modest. I think adding housing in what is kind of a high density or, multifamily, multi-ADU area of North Laguna is fine. I am concerned about the parking in the front, but with the representation that you're not going above the planter and that the planter will remain, I can support it. I am concerned about driveways coming up too high in the building because then it detracts from the compatibility of the neighborhood. But I think what you're proposing meets the criteria, and for that reason, I can support it.
Yeah, and I concur with my colleagues. The only, I think that the alley access to that single space is fine. The Beverly access to a single space is fine. So that's meeting your criteria for parking. The only concern I have is on the Hillcrest, that for certain is, even though you're getting a variance to extend your kind of decorative walk there, that curb is a legitimate street curb and easily accessible by the public, that is a space. They wouldn't think they're blocking something. So that's, I think, essential. If number 8 on this diagram that you call out is a curb, is a standard traditional squared off curb, then I'm all in. And everything else seems lovely and appropriate.
Yes, Mrs. Chung?
Thank you. You saw that I had a question. If I may, I just wanted to request clarification from the applicant. I did notice that within the staff report, it was mentioned that the guardrail for the deck would be glass, and that may have been just based upon the plans that were submitted. But in your renderings, they do reflect that they appear to be a metal guardrail. I don't know if the board has an opinion on either material, but just wanted to clarify it for the record.
I personally don't, because there's no one that can see that, and it's, whether it's glass or solid, there's no impact on any neighbors that I can tell.
I concur.
Thank you.
I do too.
All right, who's brave enough to make this motion?
Tom will do it.
I
don't have it locked in.
Okay, so
Somebody else do, because well, actually.
I'm going to take Here it is. Okay. I move to approve.
Christine's got it. Christine's got it.
Okay, you got it.
Okay.
Girl power.
Move to approve item 5.5 at 298 Beverly Street and to adopt resolution 241772, approving design review 241772, coastal development permit 241777, and revocable encroachment permit 242442 to convert an existing detached 2-car garage and storage area into an accessory dwelling unit. Construct an elevated deck that functions as a carport. Create new vehicular access and parking areas off the alley and Beverly Street. Construct improvements to include concrete pavers in the public right-of-way, and findings that action exempt from CEQA under sections 15301 and 15303.
I'll second that. Was that
Would it be possible to add into the motion to direct staff to modify the resolution? Do you want me to put it up for reference?
Christine, is that amenable to you?
I'll accept
I'll
the revision.
Let me, right there.
Direct staff to modify the resolution.
You have to say that.
Read that.
Yep.
Chris, read that.
The second bullet.
Add to your motion. What's in there?
Sorry.
Direct.
And to direct staff to modify the resolution to reflect the proposed encroachment to include concrete pavers along Hillcrest Street in the project description and in section 5 REP finding number 4.
Hillcrest Drive.
Perfect.
Yes.
I
Okay.
second that amendment. Mhm.
Board Member Coveney.
Yes.
Board Member Gibbs.
Yes.
Board Member Weil.
Yes.
Chair Pro Tem Thalman.
Yes.
And Chair Gannon.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion passes.
Or do we want to take a break? We're halfway through this item, or halfway through the agenda. Okay, all right. Okay, yeah, I'm definitely gonna have to take a potty break. Okay, so up is 5.6. Oh, get your Grinch. Grinch kiss. Get a Grinch kiss. Yeah. Yes. Yes. You said you heard it here. 5.6 located at 31561 Eagle Rock Way. While the applicants are approaching the table, ex parte.
Oh, sorry, I met with Mr. Hutcherson at the project, and I met with Amy Burke, a neighbor.
Same.
Same.
Same here.
Same here. All right.
All right. Thank you, Chair Gannon.
Mhm.
Item 5.3 is for a project at 31561 Eagle Rock Way. The proposed project is located in South Laguna. It includes an upper level deck extension, approximately 252 square feet. As you can see on this slide, in red is where the existing deck is, and in the crosshatched area is where the new deck area would be. Staff recommends that the board consider conditions to address privacy and view equity, and if those if the findings can be made for privacy and view equity, then approve the project. That concludes my presentation. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you. Any questions for staff? No. All right, Warren, you're up.
I'll make this pretty quick. So we consider it a relatively small deck extension. We originally met with the neighbor, my client met with the neighbor, and I believe they discussed let's say a limit where the neighbor would be amenable. We went there, stakes went up, opinions change. We understand that there may be privacy issues. I don't personally see any view issues, but that's me. The privacy issues, we would be quite happy to put up a privacy screen, a louvered screen, a hedgy screen, a hedge, whatever it might take. Ken, do you have anything to add?
Yeah, just real quick, thanks. I didn't think it was gonna get this far. Been here for a long time. Everybody has a lot of things done around their houses, and I figured the city permits and the design review board, if they approve, I approve. So I've never questioned anybody out there, and now it's my turn in the barrel here. So what I wanted to do originally, real quick, I'll do this. I was going to do some improvements to the house. We lived there 30 years and haven't done anything, and it's time to bring it up to Laguna real estate standards. So we looked at an ADU when it was real popular, either freestanding or attached. And I got Warren and his dog to come out. And we looked at the whole thing and the way you could go up 16 feet, 1,000. I read all that stuff, and I know the design review is not involved in that. But in fairness, I looked at that and I said, this is pretty evasive to the neighbors. We like our neighbors. We lived there for a long time together, no drama. And I go, this is just going to block. This is not good. But I had to do something. I'm trying to keep the house going for myself living there. So we go, let's expand the deck instead of going out way too far. We discussed this is probably reasonable, square it off with the house, get rid of a giant ficus tree that has a mind of its own. It blocks everybody's windows. And instead of a wood railing around it, we were going to go all glass, all in mind to say that the neighbors, the Burkes, the great people, their view will not be, it'll be actually improved without a cap around the outside of it. If you guys saw it, it'll be all glass and the tree gone. I thought it was a win-win, and it's not. So that's what I wanted to say. We've always had in mind protecting the view of our neighbors. Now, the privacy thing, I don't know with setbacks. We did get architectural plans because South Laguna has none. I paid to get a survey because South Laguna has no record here. So I did all that stuff to make sure we were compliant all the way. And I thought just expanding our deck for ourselves, selfishly, would actually help the view of the neighbors. Actually help them and not hurt them. That's it. Thank you.
So we have.
Does that
Thank you.
conclude? Okay, thanks. At this time, any member of the public wish to speak on this project?
Good evening, members of the Design Review Board. My name is Amy Burke, and I oppose this project. When we purchased our property in 2014, it was with a dream to enjoy the proximity to the beach and the ocean view it affords. The proposed deck enlargement will eliminate the privacy we've enjoyed in our master bedroom and bathroom since we moved in. Currently, a tree blocks the view of the Snyder's deck into our bedroom. However, with the tree's removal and the proposed deck extension, anyone standing on the new deck would have direct sight into our bedroom from only a few feet away. This means no more privacy for moments like changing my clothes, sitting in my vanity, using the toilet or showering, as their deck would offer a direct line into sight. And I did text them and tell them that and ask them to come over. They ignored it and never got in touch with me after that. They told me they were meeting with an architect and that they'd get back to me, and they never did. And I have that in a text string with his wife from April 11th. Our bathroom window, which is always open for ventilation and to enjoy the view, would become a vulnerability instead of an asset. The proposed deck will also block our views, a defining feature of our home. Currently, we enjoy an ocean view from two key areas of our home, the master bathroom on the first floor and the large living room upstairs. From our master bathroom, we will lose the entire view of the ocean, leaving our first floor without a view entirely. From the second story, our living and working space, we have two windows that provide us with a view corridor to the ocean. The proposed deck will be in direct line of that corridor. This is where I cook, dine, entertain, and work every day. The joy and value of this space are deeply tied to the view, which will be severely compromised by the proposed expansion. It will also impede on our privacy. Someone standing on their deck will be a few feet away from us sitting at our table. The Snyders have an 86 square foot deck off their bedroom. The entire length of their house faces the ocean, and the current deck is 185 square feet. The proposed deck expansion is intended to increase the value of their home, but it'll do so at a severe and disproportionate cost to us. By obstructing our views and infringing our privacy, the value of our home will decrease substantially, potentially by hundreds of thousands of dollars. For the above reasons, I ask you to deny their application. Your job today is to determine if view equity can be achieved, and I do not think that is the case. However, I do know that the board is looking for a compromise so that there can be conditions of approval. I will not allow the deck to extend any further than its current 9-foot, 1-inch width, but I will agree for the deck to be extended lengthwise toward my house. In order to protect the privacy of my bedroom, I would require that the side of the deck facing my house have a permanent privacy wall high enough to prevent anyone from looking into my home. It cannot be a planter or a removable screen. One of the members of your board gave a very wise suggestion. We extend the deck as I suggested, but not all the way to the end of their house. Instead, the deck would extend to the edge of the tree. The branches toward the deck would be removed to accommodate the deck addition, and the remaining branches would continue to provide privacy and a sound barrier. Thank you for visiting my home and for taking my concerns into consideration.
All right, thank you. Anyone else from the public?
Do I need to sit or you need me to stand?
You can sit down, thank you.
No, thank you.
You want a kiss from the Grinch? Okay. Okay. Okay, anybody else? All right, Warren, you have 3 minutes.
So I did meet with Amy and we have talked on the phone about the project. I understand her privacy concerns, absolutely. I would like to hear what the board has to say.
Okay.
Thank you.
Any questions from the board? No? Okay, I'll start with comments then. Thank you for your presentation and thank you for considering your neighbors' privacy and overall impact of view. When I was there, first of all, I thought when I first visited with Christine, she drove me by the site and I walked there and she wasn't home. Mrs. Burke wasn't home. So I just walked on the property and walked in the alleyway. And from what I could tell, walking there was no impact whatsoever. And then Mrs. Burke called me and said, no, please come and see my impact. Reluctantly, I went. I'm glad I did because there is an impact. There's a privacy impact and there's a view impact. Her view is a peekaboo view. It's not much, but it's enough to if she were to put that for sale, to call that a peekaboo view. In my mind, where the deck is extending out, so typically, my history of being on this board, when you have a grassy knoll, which you guys have a beautiful backyard, a big grassy knoll, there isn't a need for a major deck for entertainment outside. I do agree with you that that deck has the ability to be larger than what it is. To get my vote, it can't extend past that tree, and if you can keep that tree, great. If the rest of the board says you need to take that tree out to extend it closer to the house, the neighbor's house, I'd just give at least a 5 or 10 feet
Are you
grace
talking
period.
Towards the back?
Towards Mrs. Burke.
Okay. sorry
Yeah,
about that.
towards Mrs., I'm talking about towards
Okay, I'm
Mrs.
sorry.
Burke's house,
Never mind.
yes. So I'd like to keep that tree as a privacy screen if possible, and just bring the deck towards her house until you get to that point. And then as far as extending it past where it is now into the backyard, I would not agree to extending it further out. Like she pointed out, you have umbrellas. There could be umbrellas. If you extended that out, have umbrellas, and it would definitely impact her peekaboo view to be able to see people hanging out on that deck. And I want to save that property of that because that's very valuable to that property. So I can't agree with the deck extension as proposed, but I can agree to some deck extension. And yeah, those are my comments.
Chair,
Let me,
Mrs. Thalman, yes.
I would just to follow up on hers, I would agree totally. There is a view equity problem. And mainly because this is an area where the neighbor works, dines, and when it's the only view that someone has, it is a view equity issue. So I had concerns with that after looking at it. So I'd agree with, pulling the deck back and not out as far. I think you made a good point about area for entertainment when you have a huge area in the back. It seems that it's just impactful to the neighbor. So there is definitely a privacy. I sat in her bathroom. It is a definite privacy
And bedroom.
issue for the neighbor. So I think with some changes here to bring that back a little bit, and it should be a modest project. You would think this would be a simple one, but when there's this kind of impact to neighbors, I think it's something that needs to be adjusted. So I can't support the project tonight, but with changes, we can maybe come back or whatever the other board members feel.
yeah, I'm going to join the comments. And before I go into like my perspective of it, if it's unanimous, this is a message to the owner to really figure out what he needs, given the size of the backyard. And, my view is a primary view from a living room, dining room, where you have peekaboo views, that's kind of high on the priority list for us to protect. And I suggest you put yourself in the position of Amy Burke. If you had a house that had a peekaboo view, it would be very upsetting to lose that. And we have that condition throughout Laguna Beach. We get it a lot. And in most cases, the peekaboo views are protected voluntarily by the applicant. And certainly, we look at them very carefully. We don't have view preservation, we have view equity. And the equity balances heavily in favor of an important peekaboo view from a primary living area. Here, I took a picture, and it clearly does. I could go out a couple of feet more without, I can see that it would not impact, but you probably need to look at that. This board will probably, and certainly I will protect the peekaboo view, but you still have some room to bring it out. The size of your deck is, I heard it's 9 feet now. I think you could probably bring it out to about 11 feet max. That's a good sized deck for this house. Now, with respect to how far back, privacy is really important. So if this was a deck that was a critical deck that was compatible with the neighborhood of decks, so whether it was facing the ocean and it went from one side of your house to the other like we see a lot, that's one thing. You're bringing the deck back toward Amy Burke's house is not necessary for the effective use of that deck. It makes for a bigger deck. Maybe you can throw some chaise lounges down there. But your primary deck area is much closer to the other side of the property where you have the view. I just don't see the balancing regarding privacy to allow you to bring the deck all the way back and remove that tree. The most I could go is the deck that preserves the tree, yeah. So I think the tree acts as a beautiful screen, both for your property, looking back at a tree versus a house, and to secure the privacy of Amy Burke. So I can't approve the project tonight, but with those changes, I think you can. And to get the last point I'll make, to get the maximum distance from the house out to for the deck to whether it goes to 9 feet, which Amy wants it only to go 9 feet. I think it can go out more. Working with your neighbor to get the most away without, significantly impacting her view where she agrees and you agree, you're going to get more square footage and more, I think, distance doing it that way. And you'll end up with, good neighbor, maybe not the greatest neighbor, but over time, good neighbor relations. So I strongly suggest, given the votes, that you're not going to get it approved tonight, that you work with your neighbor, Amy Burke, to maximize what you're trying to do, but minimize the impact on her property. Thanks.
Okay, I'll go. Yeah, I concur with my colleagues here. Definitely view equity and privacy have not been achieved. Not just privacy from her bathroom area. I don't think that you should have, you don't want anybody peeking when you're in the shower. You don't have to always shut everything, but there's adjustments that can be made. But it's also from her primary upstairs living space. You literally look out her main kind of ceremonial space to the deck. It felt very, New York City. So I just think that it's hard to believe that there was any conversation prior to this. And with your knowledge of how this works, I'm kind of surprised we started at this point, but that's where we are. So yeah, definitely want to talk to her. I feel like she would be amenable to addition to your deck as long as her considerations are in place. And then you can always come back to us and, because her point of view might be extraordinary and such. She's like, yeah, you can get 6 inches, and then you find a better, more reasonable spot. You're reasonable, Warren. You've done this a long time. So find a point that works to get what you need to get a little more enjoyment. But once you get the gack that everybody puts on their patio and the umbrellas and the doodads, it becomes a whole nother room at the size that you have it right now. And that's just unacceptable in that neighborhood and the kind of how tight you are to your neighbors. So please make an effort and hopefully you guys can resolve it and we can approve it next round.
Thanks, Ms. Cumminy. Mr. Weil?
Yeah, in general, I agree with the board, but I do differ in one area. Daniel, I sent you a photo if you can kind of pull it up. I think my challenge is I don't see the view equity argument as strongly as I think my other board members, primarily because the view of the ocean is peekaboo, but I think for where the deck outlining is as viewed, it wasn't in the ocean. It was in the houses and the trees but I do see that the issue is more of a privacy issue, and I do concur that I think the length and the width is problematic. I think if you're looking at the length, which is 2410, given the configuration of the deck, which is more central to the lot, but on the left side of the house where the door is, I think the deck could extend, maybe to incorporate the window that's on the other side of that living room, but leaving 6 or so feet so that tree, the ficus tree, could remain, because I think that could be a very natural barrier or privacy barrier. But I want to see you guys look at that shape of that tree, because ficuses can be morphed to a lot of different shapes. But how tall do you want it to be, and where does the privacy line really kind of meet, because it is a little overgrown and, mangled and stuff now, that hopefully it can be a good privacy barrier between the two. And then as far as the length, I didn't necessarily see the problem as it protrudes to the backyard, but I think a shorter one would give the perception of less privacy impact. So with that, but from the bathroom viewpoint, the bathroom, it's a frosted glass window in the middle of the lot on the lower level that's staring at a blank wall at the neighbor's house.
It's also the
Yes, there is
bedroom.
some view elements from where a deck would be proposed, but I think if it moves from the side yard setback, that privacy argument's gone, to my mind. There's no view from that bathroom, and, it's a frosted window. If you need ventilation, you crack it open. I rarely walk into homes that a frosted window is completely open like it is, but
It's a privacy issue,
Yeah.
so to her
so
bedroom.
that's where I'm at. I'd like to see you guys take another stab at it and show where it's at. And I think we can have a good conversation. It's hard that I think it was well intended by the applicant, but I'm supportive of a continuance.
And I just have one more quick thing, because when you see me on my phone, I'm not on Instagram. I have pictures, and I didn't take it with my iPad. I took it with my phone. So that's why I was sort of flipping through here. Just don't want anybody to think I'm not paying attention.
Quick, could we get this back, given the small nature of this project?
Yeah, I think we could, it's simple math. It's width and depth. Length, width, and depth, maybe. Well, and the hedging. thing.
Squeeze this in January.
I prefer a tree over a privacy
Oh,
wall.
I feel it.
Yeah.
I feel very strongly that
It's strong and
that
healthy. It needs
tree
to remain.
remains. And Louis, the point, having it go to that window makes all the sense in the world. And I think that works for both, but it definitely needed for Amy's privacy.
Can we give a length and a width right now that we think we can?
No.
No, I think
Or
they.
The applicant needs to work with
No, I
Amy.
think the reason that the view corridor impact is really from putting up umbrellas or other things on the deck. So to maximize the distance from the house to the end of the deck, you really need to have them work together. I think we would just be shooting in the dark, saying it can come out 12 feet or 14 feet or
I agree,
11
too.
and a half.
You've got
So-
3 in agreement.
Yeah. So
You have 4 in agreement.
How quickly can we get this?
That's
well,
the
that-
question for
that's up to
staff.
Wendy.
So I would recommend a continuance to the February 13th meeting, which submittals would be due January 2nd.
February 13th. Warren, is that
Yes,
doable?
one sec, please,
Okay.
thanks.
Do it, yeah. Yeah, the
Yeah, that
January
sounds
ones
great.
are pretty beefy right now.
Thanks.
All right, so motion to continue item number 5.6 at 31561 Eagle Rock Way for a continuance to February 13th.
I'll second that.
Board Member Coveney,
Yes.
Board Member Gibbs,
Yes.
Board Member Weil,
Yes.
Chair Pro Tem Thalman,
Yes.
and Chair Gannon.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion passes for a continuance to February 13th with submittals due on January 2nd.
Thank
Thank
you,
you.
Wendy.
Thank
Thanks,
you.
everyone.
Thank you. Do you guys want to take a 10-minute break? So we'll be back at 6
It's
or
a little-
7:05. So we'll take a 12-minute break.
Something.
5 minutes after 7? Okay. 5 minutes after 7. We'll be right back.
Down, so I can do that now.
7. It is 5 after 7. And to
Ms.
stay
Welch.
on point, we are continuing with our agenda. So 5.7, which is located at 309 Hawthorne Road. Mr. Bell is in attendance. Board, do we have ex parte? Mine's easy. I did a site visit and spoke with Lee Bell.
Same, and I met with the neighbor, Jim.
I spoke to Lee Bell Lee Bell, and I spoke to Jim, the neighbor.
And I spoke to Lee, went by the property and went by the neighbor's property and spoke with Jim.
And I visited the site and spoke to Jim Truman.
Lovely. Shavita Sharma, you have the floor. Nice to see you. Good
Good evening,
evening.
Chair and members of the board. Item 5.7 is a request for design review, coastal development permit, and revocable encroachment permit at 309 Hawthorne Road. This item was originally heard at the August 22nd DRB hearing, and direction was provided to the applicant to redesign the project to reduce the appearance of mass and provide further articulation with materials and landscaping, and eliminate the upper level decks and tandem parking proposed for the project. The applicant has revised the project to expand the garage and reduce and eliminate the tandem parking. They've reduced the overall height, and the second level was pulled away from both the residence located to the north and from Hawthorne Road. The second level deck has been reduced and pulled back from the northern property line as well as Hawthorne Road. Additionally, the house has been moved 1 foot from the apartments located to the east of the property, and a green wall has been added. The AC unit that was previously located on the upper level deck has been relocated to be ground mounted along the eastern property line. Additional details and materials have been added with the new entry trellis proposed as part of the revocable encroachment permit. Staff has analyzed the applicant's request with respect to the city's development standards and the board's previous direction and determined that the project meets city standards and conforms to the zoning code, general plan policies, and design review guidelines. Additionally, staff believes that the findings required for the CDP and REP can be made in the affirmative. Staff recommends that the board adopt Resolution 24-0434, approving design review 24-0434, coastal development permit 24-0435, and revocable encroachment permit 24-0436, and findings that action exempt from further CEQA. Staff has received public correspondence on the project regarding massing, scale, design articulation, privacy, and view equity. The board should consider whether these impacts affect the project's ability to meet the design review criteria. That concludes my presentation. I'm available for any questions. The applicant and the owner are also available, and the applicant will also have a brief presentation to share with the board.
Thank you, Mrs. Sharma. Great presentation. Board, do we have questions for staff? No? Going around the horn one more time? No? Okay. Mr. Bell, you have 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chair Gannon. Good afternoon, board. Good evening. My name is Lee Bell, and I'm here with Mohsin Shah, Dr. Shah, the property owner. I think if we could bring up the slides, we can just jump into it. Basically, the first slide is showing the site in black and the confluence of residential and commercial zoning in the zoning plan. In the zoning plan, the red indicates commercial. The large parcel in red shape, like a face, is the Pavilion Shopping Center, kitty corner to the site. The mustard yellow represents R3 high density residential along Cypress. Yeah, I know. I'm going to wait. It's kind of a boring slide anyway. I'm going to go past that one. Yeah. I just wanted to reiterate that it's kind of its confluence of zoning elements. Yeah, I mean, the second slide's just an aerial where you can see the rooftop parking, the pavilions to the left, and some of the large 2- and 3-story apartment buildings lining Cypress Drive. There are several smaller homes in the neighborhood that have been well cared for and have withstood the test of time, as well as newer residences such as the approximately 2,400 square foot 2-story residence at 316 Hawthorne. My next slide, I've included this slide because many of the letters I've read and discussed their interest in the village atmosphere. As a long-term resident, I'm also interested in preserving this. This is from the design guidelines. The city's village atmosphere has been established over generations. Consideration of the village atmosphere is essential to a successful project. Municipal Code 2505040 defines village atmosphere as including appropriately scaled development, diverse and unique architectural designs. I would note here that there's a great and varied history of architectural ingenuity in Laguna Beach, pedestrian orientation, and sensitivity to the natural conditions of the site. I hope to touch on all these items in the presentation. This is where we kind of need to get on here. Oh yeah, okay, so we can go next slide. That's just the site in black. And the red is commercial, yellow is mustard. That's the aerial showing the buildings on the 2- and 3-story apartment buildings, and then the preserved homes. Slide 3 is the village atmosphere. Slide 4. This slide is showing the relative size of the roof plans of 309 Hawthorne, the neighbor at 315 Hawthorne, and the neighboring apartment building at 570 Cypress Drive. You will notice that the apartment building is the tallest at 128.42 feet, then 315 Hawthorne at 121.37 feet, about 7 feet lower. Then the lowest is the proposed project at 309 Hawthorne at 119.66 feet. You also see the 3 Canary Island palms that will remain. Oh, no, sorry, back one, yeah. On the corner of the site. I will also note that none of the property's trees are on the city's historic heritage tree inventory. Also shown is the new 4-foot sidewalk for pedestrian orientation wrapping the site. Slide 5, next, please. This slide is just showing the reduction of the basement level 1 foot away from Hawthorne and 1 foot away from the apartment buildings. Next slide. This is the reduction of the ground level is in yellow, which again is 1 foot away from Hawthorne and 1 foot away from the apartment building. The blue rectangle indicates the new location of the AC unit tucked into the building. Next slide, please. The reduction in the second level is the most significant due to the impact on neighbors. The upper level is pushed back 2 feet from Hawthorne and 2 feet from the property at 315 Hawthorne, as well as moved 1 foot away from the apartment building to the east. The orange represents the reduction in occupiable deck from the previous proposal. Next slide, please. In terms of reducing the elevation massing, we reduced the height of the garage by 3 feet and pulled the upper level away 2 more feet from Hawthorne, so that is 16 feet from the property line. The north elevation shows the impact of lowering the garage, pulling back 2 feet from Hawthorne and pulling the wall 1 foot away from the apartments. Overall, we've reduced the habitable area by 100 square feet, as well as reducing 100 square feet of elevated deck. Next slide, please. This slide shows the overall reduction in mass from a perspective view, with the yellow indicating reduction in building mass and the pink representing reduction in glass guardrail. Next slide. This is the Hawthorne elevation. This project will be one of the most energy efficient and sustainably built projects in the neighborhood. Sustainable elements include photovoltaic panels, energy storage systems, passive cooling, deep overhangs to mitigate heat gain, stone trombe wall to modulate interior temperature change, green roof on the garage to enhance insulation and reduce runoff, a rainwater harvesting system, and the project will follow the 2022 California Energy Code, which is the most stringent in the nation. Next slide, please. This is a view coming through the entry arbor. Human scale elements such as the shade trellis help to break up the overall scale of the project. The reflecting pond helps to passively cool the project on warm days. The double height, thick stone wall acts to mediate temperature variations in winter and summer. Next slide, please. This is showing the concept of indoor and outdoor living and the connection of indoor spaces to the outdoor rooms. Next slide. This is the view down the side yard between the apartment buildings, showing the concept of vine trellis to help break up the massing on this elevation. Next slide, please. This is a view from the corner showing the new sidewalk and fencing. The one thing that's missing from this view is an idea of the lush native landscaping proposed for the project. Next slide, please. This is an existing view from the corner. One of the things I love about this property is that how nature has really enveloped the building, and our proposal wishes to emulate that feeling. The 3 trees on the corner are being kept. Next slide. The landscape plan proposes native grasses and perennials to create a green buffer from hawthorn and proposes bringing plants to the building in the form of green garage roof, ADU stairwell planter, and built-in planters at the balcony facing Cypress. Thank you.
Thank you. At this moment, if there's anyone in the public who wishes to speak on 309 Hawthorne Road, please line up. Are there a lot of you? A show of hands? Oh, just a few. Okay.
Can we wait to start my timer until I know that the presentation comes up?
Oh, yes, absolutely.
Thank you.
Is this your presentation?
It is. I just want to have her put it on the, enlarge it. Thank you. Okay. Thank you for coming to visit our home. My name is Danielle Mao, and I am the owner of 315 Hawthorne Road. This is a picture of our home, and I'm asking the board and the community to please preserve Laguna Beach and our home. Next slide. The main things I want to talk about are the view inequity. I know we talk about view equity, not view preservation, but there's a big imbalance here of what views we do have. And we're set to lose a lot of those. And the Shaws are set to gain a lot of those, and I'll show those views. There's a lack of neighborhood compatibility, and we'll show the photos of that. And then I know the board is very strong on community outreach, and I would like to say for the record that I've never been contacted by the Shaws or Lee Bell prior to the last DRB, this DRB, except by a postcard mailing, and that was for a meeting that was on Labor Day weekend, which I was not able to attend as Sunday as I was at church and I was the lector speaking. I've also been threatened by legal action by the Shaws in 2019 so that they could save money to hook up their new sewer line to dig up my yard. Next slide. This is our ocean view from our kitchen. To me, that's important. We are in our kitchen all the time, and that will be completely gone. That's their deck, which is not that important because they have a front deck. Next slide. So we have a very modest home. It's 1,299 square feet. We have 5 people in our family, as well as the Sedona, who's pictured there. That is the view from our outdoor eating area where we spend a lot of our time because we are a bigger family, and that will be gone. And the building will be completely blocking all that. That's our sunset view that was just taken this week. That will be completely gone. The building will obscure all the sun, all the ocean, and the sky. Next slide. Laguna Beach was established in 1918. Our home and 310 Hawthorne, which everybody loved at the last meeting, were established 1 year before in 1917, a year before Laguna Beach was even considered a city. So I ask you, how much view has 315 Hawthorne lost since then? This isn't just about today. We've lost a lot of view for a long time. And 309 Hawthorne will take away significant ocean views. How much more will we lose after 309 Hawthorne, and when will it stop if we preserve our home? This is our home. It's 107 years old. Next slide. This is an exceptional registered home that you're all familiar with. It's 107 years old. It's across from the home 309 Hawthorne. Next slide. Next slide. This is 58 Cypress, 80 years old, across from the proposed project. Next slide. Next slide. This one's 91 years old. Next slide. 97 years old. We're just going up the street, people. Next slide. 99 years old. Next slide. 98 years old. These are all in a row. And then this one, the new modern one. It goes like, does not go with the current houses. Next slide. And we'll finish this. So I ask you, which one of these does not belong? Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
All right, thank you for having us tonight, board members, and thank you for coming by the house and for the well wishes for the Sedona, who I'm glad you all got to see today. She got a clear medical clearance today, so she's good. So I will just reiterate a few points that my wife, Danielle, I'm Jim Truman, at 315 Hawthorne, had gone through. We've never been contacted. I understand that that is not typical for this architect, that he's very friendly and likes to talk to people. I can only imagine he was told not to talk to us, just speculation. Lack of view equity. Our main living area is 240 square feet in the house. Our backyard deck is an extension of this. It is, for us, it is a primary room, a primary living space, the backyard deck. The guest deck is a non-starter. As my wife mentioned, it blocks a lot of views from a lot of different places. The house itself would also block a lot of our sky view. When looking out the windows on that side of the house, all we will see is wall. There's no sky. So we are asking partly, can the property be lowered by so many feet to provide some sky view? There's plenty of houses on Hawthorne and Myrtle that have partially elevated or below the street level, and they look fine. And also, can the upper story be pushed further towards Cypress, as well as maybe dog-eared or have an angle on the northeast or northwest corner of the house? That's the part that really affects our backyard. The design is not compatible with the neighborhood. I spent a lot of time walking down Cypress. There's a lot of houses that never even knew existed because there's a shrubbery there. But I counted, there's 30 streets between Hawthorne and Jasmine. Half of them are cottage. Now, they might be multifamily, they might be single family, but at least they have a cottage facade if they're multifamily, or if they're cottages if they're not. So I don't understand how, I don't look at Cypress as being a modern environment. The intersection there where 309 Hawthorne is, the 4 houses that really frame that intersection now have a collective history of 400 years. The sustainability and environmental impact, I still don't see how elevating or taking out 840 cubic yards of dirt is environmental. I have serious concerns about the structural integrity of our home and the neighboring properties by removing that much land. And of course, the canary trees. Those canary trees, all 5 of them, frame the neighborhood. They've been there a long time, and frankly, they deserve to stay. And I have one last question just for the board. It was unclear, is the AC in the back, is there a noise suppressor on it or something like that? It wasn't clear from the plans. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please. And Christoph. Hello, dear. Happy holidays.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I would like to hand these out to you. I know I emailed them late in the day, and it always helps to have it in your hand. I didn't give you these, sorry. I'm disappointed because last time I talked about the preservation of those existing trees, and I listed all the general plan policies and other plan policies that talk about preserving significant trees. And the fact that staff's report doesn't acknowledge that there's anything on this property of any interest environmentally. And they didn't change the staff report. They're still saying the same thing, even though we've demonstrated that these 5 trees are definitely significant. They're beyond significant. And they should be acknowledged. They should be dealt with in the report. And the historical report says at the end, 5 Canary Island palm trees on site do warrant consideration as Laguna Beach heritage trees and should be assessed prior to their removal, relocation, or other substantial change. And there was no report done on those trees as recommended by this historical consultant. So I've done on this plan a sketch of how all 5 trees could be preserved. And it involves moving the garage to Cypress, taking access that way. I understand there's an existing curb cut already for a driveway there. And having the footprint is outlined there. I didn't try to figure out rooms and how it all would all work. But to me, this has significant benefits in addition to keeping the trees, because it provides a buffer between the historical houses and the whole view from Hawthorne. Right now, there's a driveway and there's a garage facing outward. There's no way that's ever going to disappear. That's always going to be an open view, which is contrasting with the neighborhood. If a scheme like this were done, that whole Hawthorne face could be foliage, and the building would would be behind it. This would be like a curtain and keep it from impacting the neighborhood compatibility that the previous speakers explained so well. So I hope that you will ask the staff to examine the whole issue of trees. I mean, I can't believe that they're not acknowledging this. And this is what staff is supposed to do, is to talk about general plan policies and put them in the staff report. And they still didn't do it.
In conclusion?
And so if, I'm here because I don't want this to happen to any other projects either. You know, we should be looking at these assets that we have, and we have to fight for every one of them. We can't just say, oh yeah, this one will just go, but maybe in the future we'll save a few trees. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Ann. Next speaker. Mr. Noakes,
Good evening.
is that green?
Again, huh?
Is your suit green? It's like a
No.
dark green? Am I seeing that? correct?
Grayish. I think it's charcoaly gray, kind of Glen plaid
I
sort of
I
thing.
like it. It looks good on you. It's a good color, whatever it is.
Thank you, Tom. I don't want to go home and report
I think we
I
just
say
haven't
dark
seen you in a really
green.
long
my
time.
color, report my color blindness.
I don't recognize you in a suit.
Jim and Dan, well, yeah, try to not do this very often. Jim and Danielle are longtime friends of mine, and I've spent a lot of
Sorry.
good times at their beautiful house and on that deck and in their yard and in the various rooms of their house. And they've addressed the view issues that concern them, and I'm sure you've all had an opportunity to be over there and take a look at those things. But I think one thing that really is important to them is neighborhood compatibility and the pattern of development over there and just the vibe of that neighborhood. And I think Danielle's comment was that, yeah, there didn't seem to be a whole heck of a lot of effort to make this house fit in with the Hawthorne vibe. I mean, I've been involved with a lot of houses on Hawthorne, and every single time this board has stressed the importance of, let's try to keep some of those vernacular elements. Let's try, and I realize there's not a whole lot on the existing house to save, but there might be some things that could make it fit a little bit better in the neighborhood. And I think that's a big concern of the people who have addressed you tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Noakes. Any other speakers? Lovely.
Good evening. My name's Carrie Christine Dunn, and I'm here tonight as a fellow Laguna Beach homeowner and friends of Jim and Danielle, and I've heard a lot about the struggles they've been having with this proposed project. But I'm frankly very concerned as another Laguna Beach homeowner about the precedent that this might establish if the proposed project is approved by this board. I sold my home in Los Angeles a few years ago and bought a home in Laguna Beach, specifically Laguna Beach, not Newport, not another neighboring town, because I believed something like this couldn't happen in a community like Laguna Beach. So in LA, yes, I'd not be surprised at all if something like this happens thousands of times on a daily basis, including by neighbors not speaking with their next door neighbor, which I find appalling. I've taken a look at the design review board criteria. I've heard you guys speak about them. And based on my review, I just find this project clearly non-compliant in several respects. Primarily, the view equity scares me to death to think that something like this just gets approved. The privacy issues, the environmental issues, and the neighborhood compatibility. I'm just frankly frightened to think about something like this could happen in my own little piece of Laguna Beach and could happen to my own home. So thank you for your time this evening.
Thank you. Any other speakers? There were more of you than I realized. Are there any other speakers, or is this the last one? Okay.
Project made an impression on many people.
It sure did.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And I just want to concur. First of all, I want to say I wouldn't have your job for the world. It's difficult.
It's a volunteer. We signed up for this.
I know it is.
They start
understand.
applications next week.
No, I just want to concur. This may be a lovely plan. At the last meeting I was here, I did submit a letter. I heard one of the members of the board comment on what a lovely plan it was. It may be in a different neighborhood. I live on Cypress Drive. I have one of those cottages that went through design review many years ago, and it was impressed thoroughly on us. And we believed ourselves that our home needed to be preserved. Our home was built in 1917 as well. We were able to add on to it and make it livable for our family without changing the vibe of the home or the neighborhood. Cypress Drive does have many lovely cottages on it. I've driven the entire Tree Streets, and I don't see one other home that even resembles this property. It is definitely incompatible. So that is my problem. This home will stick out like a sore thumb. It may be beautiful to be built elsewhere, but that is not the Tree Streets. And I think I've heard the word compatible from you. I've heard the word precedent from you as well. Once one home like this is built, it will be very difficult to turn down another because you have one to point to that was approved and built. And I think it's appalling that the property next door, which has been kept and preserved so well, will lose so much of its character and charm and use because of the overwhelming nature of this build. And I hope you will really take a stiff look at how incompatible this home is with the neighborhood. It is not appropriate. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hi, I'm Nicole. We own 570 Cypress Drive in Laguna. I just wanted to point out a few things along with the view equity that everybody's mentioned and the fact that this is on Hawthorne and not on Cypress, along with many, many other single-story resident homes like the one that is currently sitting on that lot now. It's not an apartment building and is not on Cypress. According to the staff report from the meeting in August mentions that they were calling for the elimination of the upper level decks to respond to privacy concerns. Those weren't eliminated. They were reduced slightly, the glass was, which I don't think addresses your guys' comments. Also, the house is solar panel ready. So with already, I think reducing the height by 3 feet is not enough as it stands, along with there being the possibility of solar panels on top of what I already think is too high. I think it needs to be lowered a good 5 to 7 more feet, and then moving it maybe 3 feet in total from our building at 570 Cypress. So it's already been moved 1 feet since the last meeting. I would like it to be moved like an additional 2 feet. That's kind of it. I think that it's not compatible with the neighborhood at all. It is a Hawthorne location. The address is on Hawthorne, and it's not a Craftsman style or just lovely 100-year-old home like the other homes on the street. Thank you.
Any other guests, speakers for this project? None? Going once, going twice? All right, Mr. Lee, 3 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you, community members, for your thoughtful responses. Reminds me of the fact that architecture is the only art that has to deal with society, and that is part of the reason I chose it. So here we go. My contact info has been on all the notifications sent. I do not have their contact information. I typically don't knock on people's doors unannounced. And then again, I'd like to quote the definition of village atmosphere from the municipal code, that the diverse and unique architectural designs, like architectural homogeneity has never been a part of Laguna Beach. I just have to say that. The air conditioning will have 2 forms of sound attenuation, to answer the gentleman's question. And for Anne, I believe the staff report is only supposed to identify heritage trees, and it's not on that list. And 6, the driveway on Cypress that she proposed, I think we all sort of thought that's too dangerous coming out in that 3-way intersection. And number 7, the house is basically falling down. There's no rehabilitating this property without putting a new building on there. So, I get preserving historic buildings, but it has to be done since the 1900s, like consistently, to keep a building still viable. That's all I have.
All right, well, any questions, Mr. Gibbs?
First, on the easy one, on air conditioning, how is the sound being attenuated? Because it is close to the property.
There will be a vibration isolation and a sound blanket.
Is there anywhere else you could locate that? Away from the property line?
It is, now that I moved the building a foot away, I mean, I'm not in the setback.
How far away are you from the building?
It's
Or from the property line with
It'll be about
315?
4-foot setback plus another about 5 feet.
All right. Anywhere else can you relocate that further away?
Well, I liked it on the garage roof, but you guys didn't like that. I mean, again, this is a very tight site.
And I know it's tight because you have a lot of program on that
It's
site.
like, would you like it in the front yard? Because it's going to have to be next to one of the neighbors if otherwise.
All right, we'll get to that.
Yeah.
The other thing is, and this is to staff, are these canary palms protected under Laguna Beach ordinances? Or,
They're not existing heritage trees. I believe the report said they qualified and could potentially be listed as heritage trees, but they are not currently designated heritage trees.
okay, that's all I got.
Any other questions for staff or the applicant? Oh, Ms. Thalman is working on her questions.
With the new CDP interpretation for the ADU component, how is that being interpreted into like this program?
Are you asking him what
Yeah.
findings we have to make?
Right, so, and once again, I don't want to parrot what Commissioner Gibbs may have said earlier, but yes, the required findings as listed in the staff report and resolution for the CDP are required for that part of the project.
For clarification, like the basement area, that's the mechanical space, the staircase, and that wine cellar, that's all within the design review purview, right?
I may have to rely upon staff on that. Yeah, go you.
I believe that's correct.
Yeah, give us a few minutes on that one.
Can you repeat that question for me?
So, I mean, I know there's a lot of sensitivity for talking about ADUs, and generally the board encourages ADUs. But there have been several instances where there's extensions of the ADU that expand connectivity into the main house. So my clarifying question is, where is the line of where the ADU state regulation kind of goes in this application for the lower level versus what is applicable for the design review board?
So in other words, is the wine and storage part of the ADU or not? If it's not, then it's subject to our review. Is that your question?
Yeah.
That my view is that it is subject to design review because it's not part of the ADU. The wine cellar is clearly not.
That was
Yeah.
my same conclusion.
Yeah, I think we can, unless they say we can't, we can.
I just had a quick question. Lee, on the guest deck was minimized. It says in the staff report. How much was it minimized?
Well, there's no way to, so now you can't occupy it. Like before you could occupy the whole front of the garage. So I reduced it by 100 square feet, basically to pull it next to that bedroom and close to the window to try to keep it away from their property.
Okay, so I can't remember if this was brought up before as far as a Juliet deck or something on that order.
Yeah,
that side,
Yeah, we talked about just shrinking that deck, and
Mhm.
that's basically what I did. It just,
which is the one that's most impactful to the neighbor,
correct.
Mr. Truman and his wife. That's the only questions I have right now.
I think this question is for staff. So for, you said the tree is qualified to go on heritage. Is that left to the property owner to put them on heritage, or how does that work?
Yes, the property owners would request they be designated heritage trees.
Okay, thank you. Any clarification?
Yeah, I don't think clear on the ADU.
Because of the coastal development permit?
No.
But you're.
Oh, yeah, so yeah,
Just so it's clear, and Patrick can follow up. We're required, because council is telling us that we need to consider a coastal development permit. So we're required to do that.
And
In
so-
doing that, we must, if we're going to grant the coastal development permit, we must make the findings for it. So unless Patrick is saying coastal development permit is not required,
Nope. And so I'm saying that the one modification that I would say is that obviously the field of ADUs is somewhat ever changing and ever evolving. My one modification would be our our LCP, our local, our coastal program requires us to issue a CDP for this proposed ADU with the
yeah,
pertinent
I don't want to
caveat.
get into the legal. Patrick knows it. I know the legal really well. I don't want to get into it. And I can explain why over a cocktail. But the fact is, when we're asked, when a coastal development permit is being put on the agenda before us, for us to agree to it, to issue, to approve it, we've got to make those findings.
Yeah, correct. Yeah, yeah.
Or we disagree
You
with-
guys are, yeah, it's totally
So,
up to you to
if we don't-
analyze the proposal as it pertains to the required findings. And if staff's recommendation is, of course, not agreed upon, that is entirely the prerogative of
And
the
the
board.
coastal development permit is for the ADU. So, whether it's preempted by ADU law is way beyond our time and grade. We're not supposed to be asking that. What we're supposed to be doing is
Correct.
evaluating whether a CDP is appropriate.
Well, now I'm.
You want me to start?
Yes, please. I would love, because maybe you can add clarity to some things.
Yeah, let me start with the ADU issue, since we're on it, and then I'll go back to the other things. The ADU, we're required to evaluate certain findings on when we're considering a coastal development permit for an ADU. And those begin on, I believe, page 10 of the staff report. And yeah. And so, I'd encourage everyone, the public, everybody to read them. The one, I think they're all pretty straightforward, with one finding that's required, that's worthy of note, and that's finding number 1, criteria 6, which reads, the proposed development will be visually compatible with the character of surrounding areas and where feasible will restore and enhance visual quality in visually degraded areas. So we are charged, if we're going to approve a coastal development permit, we are charged with evaluating the visual compatibility of the ADU with the character of surrounding areas. So let me apply it here. The way I see this ADU, it is essentially subterranean. So it essentially has no visual impact, nor is it necessarily pushing up the building, even if we could consider a subterranean ADU where it's causing a building to be pushed higher, even if we could considering the height of the building that's being pushed up, in other words, the first or second floor, and I'm not sure we can. In fact, I probably would think we can't. I don't see visual impairment here or visual incompatibility, particularly given that the apartment next door on Cypress is even taller. And I also note that you gave some elevations showing that the house at 315 is higher. So I don't see a visual incompatibility issue. So let me go to the other issues. Now, I stated my views pretty clearly. They haven't significantly changed. The first issue, and this goes to all the people who commented, I live in the Tree Streets. I think it's one of the most beautiful areas and important to preserve areas of Laguna Beach. But I'm charged with applying the criteria, we all are, objectively and fairly. So the first question we have to come is neighborhood compatibility. What is the neighborhood? Is the neighborhood going up Hawthorne, or is the neighborhood Cypress? This is on the corner of Cypress and Hawthorne. I have walked Cypress, driven it almost every day. And on the corner of the Tree Streets with Cypress, there's assorted types of buildings. Several of them are multifamily apartment buildings that have larger mass and scale than the project being proposed. And looking at the other buildings on Cypress, including the one next door, which lacks anywhere near the articulation and beauty of this project, makes it very difficult for me to find neighborhood incompatibility if we're using Cypress. And I think we have to use Cypress because Cypress is the standard that was used for the other corner projects on, for example, Jasmine, or, for example, My Street, Astor. That's just the reality. I would feel that it would be unfair to the applicant to say your compatibility is going up Hawthorne when the building next door on the exact street is Mammoth that lacks real articulation. So I find the project neighborhood compatible. With respect to modern, I'm not a big fan of modern either, although I think this is a quality modern because it brings in wood and a bunch of other features. But I'm not a fan. But the fact is there are modern throughout the Tree Streets. And one of the guidelines is the diversity of product. While you may not like modern right there next to all those cottages, I mean, I wish, there's something to be said to have all of the Tree Streets be cottages like they were in the 1930s. My original house was cottage. But that's just not the reality, nor is it the guidelines. So I think modern is appropriate, and I think this house, while of a certain type of modern, fits within neighborhood compatibility. View. There's no question you have view blockage, but it's view equity. And here, where I think a two-story building of a mass and scale that the applicant has a right to develop, there's going to be some interference with views on 315. And I'll get to the balcony off the master in a second, because that kind of goes to mass and scale as impacting 315. I don't see a view issue or a mass and scale issue to the apartment building that's down Cypress next door. The apartment building's taller, so the upper units still have views, but again, the right to develop doesn't, if you were to consider view equity, would essentially kill a second story on that property or require it to be so significantly set back that it would, I think, unfairly impact the value and the right of the applicant to have the home that he's entitled to. But I take exception to mass and scale with respect to the balcony and privacy issues that goes off the master bedroom. Looking at it with the blue tape, and when Jim was nice enough to walk me through his house again, 315, I don't that has an impact on privacy. It has an impact on view, and it's not a primary deck. Your primary deck is at the front of the house. You did scale it back. I appreciate that, Lee, but I cannot support and I'd be interested, I might be subject to change, but my present view is I can't support a balcony there. Now, with respect to the property, the house, the second story along the 315 project, I made it very clear that where I saw the mass and scale, I mean, it's important to recognize the interests of that 315 house. It's a classic house. And it's always been there, and I'm sure when your client bought the property, it was there, that had a small backyard that, was facing that lot. And I think there's an interest there that they have that's legitimate about mass and scale from that side of the house. I don't think they have a view right because their view is going to be impacted in that area by any development that's two-story. It's just not where their view is going to be from the front of the house, which is going to have that view maintained. So view equity is achieved for the 315 property. But I'm torn because I asked for 5 feet. You went back 2 feet. I don't think I can. I'd be interested in what my colleagues say, but I don't think I can support 2 feet. I think you need to push that back to reduce significantly the mass and scale facing the 315 property at the second story. I think that would do a world of good. I think that it's important for the value and the what 315 has, particularly as a historic house, that you have enough program that you can reduce it at that level. And, you have a site that's next to a historic, beautiful cottage home, and you're building a 2-story that's going to, as they say, they're going to look at a wall. You've brought it back. It's still quite a distance. But, I drove it today and I said, is that far enough? And I don't think so. So I'm still at 5 feet. Will I go with 4 feet? I'd be interested to hear what my colleagues say. If they say 2 feet's fine, that may impact how I vote. Thanks. Oh, let me see if I've got anything else. Canary palms, I'm sorry, I don't think they're significant. I'm not a big fan of those things. I don't know of any significance that has been attributed to them. You're saving 3 of the 5. I think that's plenty. I don't have an issue. I am troubled with the air conditioner. Since, if what I'm saying is supported by the board, it's going to have to come back anyway. I'd like you to really explore getting that air conditioner away from the backyard or away from the 315 property. And talked about the CDP, so I'm done. Thanks.
I have a quick question for your comments. Did the upper level, you wanted more reduction for privacy or for the impact, mass and scale?
Yeah, I had asked in the first hearing that it go back 5, just the second floor, goes back 5 feet away from 315.
Thank you. Next speaker.
I'll go next. A clarification, I thought that was on the master bedroom or primary bedroom, I should say, is over on the Cypress side.
So it's not affecting.
It's not.
I haven't
for
looked at the floor
315.
plan, but yeah, there's other things up there.
Okay.
So it would be a reduction of, 5 feet running the length of the building. So maybe between 100 and 150 square feet. Lee, you would know better, but that's what it would be.
Okay, I have a little different take on this because I see where the green roof and the deck is outside bedroom number 3, and I'm looking at A2.3.
Yeah, he was talking about 3.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. That's the deck that you reduced.
Correct.
Okay. Right. Well, I have similar thoughts, but just a couple of other suggestions that would help me to move forward and approve this project. I agree it is neighborhood compatible, and I agree with you wholeheartedly. This is not all cottages. And I just did a Google Earth view of when you look down Cypress, many of those are, of course, apartment buildings with, 8 or 9 units. And we need to remind everybody, this is zoned R3. So this could it could have been an apartment building. It's a single-family home, which I appreciate. I appreciated the arbor or the trellis. I think that adds a nice statement. It softens it. You took into consideration the canary trees, which was one of the things I love the canary trees, and I was hoping you could save as many as possible. And the fact that you saved 3 of those, I think that's exceptional. Other than the deck off bedroom number 3, which I'd like to see completely eliminated. Just take it off because that is the main structure. That is the main issue, I believe, for the neighbors at 315 Hawthorne. Am I saying that right? Right address, 315. I think that would address some of the issues from their deck, looking at the ocean, if I recall. It's not going to address everything, but I think it is a good compromise and a neighborly thing to do. You still have your deck on the primary bedroom, and it looks like it's still kind of a walk-around deck from what I can see. I don't know if that's absolutely necessary. I'd like to just see the deck facing on the Cypress side. And other than that, I think you've done most of the changes that the board has requested. Maybe not enough for the neighbor at 315 Hawthorne, but this is, as Sandy said, this is a tough job, and you have to compromise and try to find what is best for this particular neighborhood. And so I appreciate what the neighbors are saying. We all feel the same way about Laguna Beach. We want to try to retain its village charm. I have a cottage, and I want to keep a cottage, and so like I said, I think this is one of those situations where you've done a yeoman's job in addressing some of the concerns previously expressed. And I think with these additional changes for the neighbor, I think they would be significant and make a big difference in their outlook from their viewpoint. So that's my thoughts.
Thank you. Mr.
Yeah.
Weil?
So definitely respect my board members and their comments, and I'll try to keep mine a little more simpler. As far as the design, Lee, you're one of the more talented ones that we've seen with modern architecture. This really does bridge that gap between kind of the rough edges of what modern is and kind of the softening of trying to blend into the characteristics of the street. When you mentioned that the foliage is blend into the current structure, it's pretty much taken it over. But your new proposal will really blend a lot of the natural greenery to be brought into the architecture. And I actually think what you're drawing up is very charming to bridge this gap of kind of the commercial zone coming out of a grocery store and then heading into a street. And I think you said it extremely well at the last hearing. It really the modern elements next to kind of the historical elements creates a beautiful juxtaposition that actually enhances the beauty of both characteristics. And I fully believe that is being brought to life by your design. So from that component, I completely agree. From the massing, I do want to try to see it come lower. I know you've got some elevations, and it is challenging because we did discuss last time that the driveway access off Cypress was not ideal. And to have it where you guys are proposing it, I think is the most practical, safest location, not only for your ingress and egress, but for the high traffic on Cypress, the corner, the walkability to a grocery store, it's the safest spot. And yes, I think, the 2 canary palms that would come out because of that, I think if we were to restrict those two to remain, it would really impact your developability within the site. They're not marked historical. They're beautiful or not, they're trees. And I do respect that. And the fact that the 3 kind of more predominant ones out front in the middle of the yard on the corner are to be remained, I would encourage you guys to look for historical classifications once completed, but I'm not going to impose that. That's property rights property right and something for the owner to do. My bigger issue is the second story, really the corner of bedroom 3. And Lee, we talked about this on the phone. The decking has got to be drastically pulled back. I think you're at a close height for where the garage roof is. But the balcony, like I could allow for a, door, but having more of a Juliet deck or something small where you can just kind of go out there, you can clean your window, you can kind of take a peek, but it really's got to be tucked up into the house. Because I do want to balance their historical view that really is that diagonal headed towards the significant view of Catalina. That's their iconic thing that I want to preserve, or view. The bedroom corner could be pulled back a little bit. I'd like to see you take a look at how to kind of nip that corner, either shifting some of the program around. I don't want to take away your square footage, but I think it could be crafted a little bit more better or a little better to enhance that diagonal view that they're trying to preserve, without restricting your square footage component. The air conditioner unit, I'm going to disagree with you a little bit on, primarily because we work so hard to get that out of the design review criteria and the design purview, because whether it's there or not, they could basically put it there over the counter once they're completed. If you choose a more mindful spot, I think the alcove that you're putting it in is somewhat reasonable and it meets the criteria, but I don't really want to get into locating air conditioners anymore. We had that path on the board for a long time. As far as the property on Cypress, the view equity, I think, is relatively achieved kind of where you're at, in terms to that neighbor. Their view and their orientation's more towards Cypress, and to maintain all levels of that structure would restrict your property rights of development. So I'm open to see another round. As I mentioned, you're a talented architect. I don't want to hinder your design, but yeah, that's where I'm at. And lastly, I am somewhat challenged with the basement, as I don't see neighborhood context for a basement that doesn't daylight out to the topography on Hawthorne. So if that can be proven or given examples, maybe I'll entertain it, but I'm a little challenged with that at the moment.
Okay, I'll go real quickly. I did a lot of what Louis just said. I won't be super redundant, but as far as let's go step by step, view equity, I do think there's still a slight issue there. Definitely that deck. If you could come back to at least Juliet, where people can go out, see what they're going to wear for the day, and then go back in, kind of thing. No place for furniture and such. The overall, if you could give them another foot to 2 feet on that side to relieve that corner. I don't know how you would curve that corner or make any kind of an architectural change to your existing drawing, which by the way is lovely as far as contemporary has to go. It's a nice, classy, clean, sustainable looking home. And I think you've done a great job with it. In my dream world, as I told you before, I would have preferred it to be more of a contemporary cottage, but it's going to happen. We've got to mix some of this in. I do think across the street, there's a house that's very large. There's a church up at the corner. There's an apartment building next door. It's really a hodgepodge. So as things are changing and land costs are what they are, we have to be getting our head around some of these bigger homes. I think your mass and scale, you brought it down. Just if you can give us a little bit more there, even maybe a little bit of relief in the height. In regard to solar, we can't look at solar for any height adjustments because we never know if they're going to actually do it, and or if it might be mandatory now, but it's not in our purview, so we can't comment on that. But if you can maybe add some relief there. Let's see what else I had. Deck. Let's see. Balance of materials. Oh, canary palms. Yeah. Keep the 3. Appreciate you keeping the 3. I think in the end, you're going to be glad you did. I think they're quite beautiful and anchor that corner really well. And what you're doing with the rest of the landscaping that's supporting it's going to be really nice. So I think we've reached a compatibility in the neighborhood. because it's such a diverse neighborhood. We're going to address the privacy with those points I gave you, as well as view equity. And the design integrity, I think, is lovely, and that it kind of supports the uniqueness of the area. So I think you're close, real close. Thank you.
So close that I arrived here thinking I was going to approve this project tonight with a few conditions of approval. Okay, so let me just go through my notes I've made throughout these conversations. Access, yes, definitely, we've agreed. I think we're all on board that access is for safety for the community and for the homeowners, that access is best from Hawthorne. And then this is an R3 lot. So there's, for the neighbors, this could be a 3-unit, a triplex, and it's a single family. I agree with Mr. Gibbs' analysis of neighborhood compatibility. Driving up that street, you're looking at the apartment buildings more so than you are looking up Hawthorne, the cottages. So I concur with Board Member Gibbs. And then the AC, if you can put a barrier around it, maybe put a gate that you can be able to access it, that would help the neighbors. View equity and privacy, I thought was achieved the first go around. But I can, for the Juliet balcony, I can get behind the members that recommended maybe a Juliet balcony, something where you can just stand on there outside, maybe 2 or 3 feet deep. I could concur with that. But as far as view equity, like I said, view equity and privacy, I thought that was achieved the first go around. So it looks like you're coming back. Is there any clarification questions that you have?
No, I think that was all pretty clear.
Oh, and one more. For mass and scale is usually corrected with articulation, and I thought you've articulated this property very well, so I don't see a mass and scale issue. I don't see a height issue either, and that's not going to reduce mass and scale. It's so minimal. But yeah, those are my comments.
We recommend a continuance. What would
How
be
much time do you need?
dates recommended?
Also, you need to note for the record, this is the 3rd meeting, and that we find good faith. I believe the criteria, and I don't have it in front of me. Do you
That they're
have it,
working in the
Andy?
board's direction.
Um,
That, all we need to find is that they're working under the.
Yeah,
direction
they're
of the
working in
board.
good faith, the board's directions, which is clearly the case, so.
Yeah, do you want me to read it? It's a third hearing may be permitted if the approval authority makes a finding that the applicant followed the authority's direction from the initial hearing in good faith, and further design work on the project is in the best interest of the community.
Right, and do we need to vote on that?
Yeah, we just agree. We just
Yeah, in connection with the motion, say we found it. Okay, good.
So do we have a date certain?
So it depends on when submittals could be ready. The options are, if you were to submit by January 2nd, the design review board meeting would be on February 13th. Submittals due January 8th for the February 27th hearing, or submittals due January 22nd for the March 13th.
I'll go February 13th, please.
Chair, on that note, I'll motion item number 5.7 at 309 Hawthorne Road to be continued to February 13th, and that we find that the applicant has followed the board's direction and warranted a third hearing in good faith.
I'll second that.
Board Member Coveney?
Yes.
Board Member Gibbs?
Yes.
Board Member Weil?
Yeah.
Chair Pro Tem
Yes.
Thelman?
Yes.
And Chair Gannon?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion passes for a continuance to the February 13th Design Review Board hearing.
Thanks.
Submittals due January 2nd.
January 2nd, is that? Okay. Thank you, board.
Love it. Okay, next up is 5.8, located at 32146 Coast Highway. While the applicants are coming to the table/desk, ex parte by the board.
I went to the site, met with Marion Keegan and Warren Hutchison. I did the same.
I met with Warren Hutcherson at the site. I met with Chuck Viviani and with Marion Keegan.
Same as board member Gibbs.
I had a site visit with Warren and met with Marion Keegan, and I texted with Greg Abel.
Oh, and I got to talk to Warren's dog.
Who's watching the hearing right now? She's sitting on the couch watching the hearing, wishing she was here.
BRB
I love
dog.
it. Yeah, I love it. Mr. Wank?
Thank
Your
you.
fabulous presentation, please.
Item 5.8 is a request for design review at 32146 Coast Highway located in the Village Community Zone. The property is developed with a single-family dwelling built under the Orange County jurisdiction. The proposed project includes upper-level additions, a 285 square foot elevated deck addition, new spa, new access for a new two-car garage, and landscaping. Staff has received one letter of concern from the property at 32142 Virginia Way. Staff is recommending that the board adopt Resolution 24-0955, approving design review 24-0955, and finding said action exempt from CEQA under Section 15301 and 15303. That will conclude my staff summary, and I'm available for any questions.
Thank you. Questions?
I've got one. It came up in kind of comments when visiting the site that this site, maybe under a different applicant or application, has a bit of history with the approval denial. I couldn't necessarily find it up, but it was a little short in the staff report on the history. Can you elaborate on that?
Absolutely, yeah, I can speak to that. So I did research. There was a design review 19-3150, which was originally brought to the board in October of 2019 and continued with direction to the January 9th, 2020 hearing, and then was ultimately tabled. It was a fairly similar scope of work, including a new detached garage, aggregate and upper level additions, and deck, grading, retaining walls, amongst other work. Unfortunately, that was prior to digital plans being archived, so I was not able to have the benefit of reviewing those plans as well.
Did it go before the city council?
As far as I could tell in the record, it just went to the board.
You're out of order.
hang
You'll
tight,
have
hang
your
tight,
time to talk,
hang tight,
your
hang
speak.
tight.
Thank you. Does that conclude your presentation?
It does. I also did not find record within the property file, at least, of it going to city council, though that sounds that may have been the case.
Typical Laguna.
Usually that's like 20 or 30 years ago, not like 5 years ago, but.
That's true. Warren, you have the floor, 5 minutes.
I would just like to hear what the board has to say. Thank you.
Okay. At this time, any members of the public wish to speak on this project? How many do we have? 2, 3, 4? Okay. Yes, and grab a Grinch kiss or a red kiss on your way out.
I can't do it before. First of all, my name is Marion Keegan. I've lived on my property, 32152 Virginia Way, for 25 years. And it's north, this project is north of my home. I'd like to thank all of you guys for coming to my house and taking a look. I really appreciate that because I feel like this project, I got the picture while I was out of town of the sticks. And I have to say I was shocked. That's been mitigated to surprise. Now that I know a little bit more about what's going on. But 3-4 years ago, this project, very similar, maybe even less scale, came up and everything was rushed through. It happened like in a week. They'll attest that the sticks weren't even put up. Next thing you know, it was approved by design review. And I had to go to city council to fight the project. And in the process of doing that, I realized that I'm not a builder, I'm not an architect. I've never done what you guys do. So I thought, well, I better find somebody who can help me. So I hired Monica Tushner because she had just retired as a city planner because I thought who better would understand a project like this than her. She took on the project for me and we went to city council. We found that it was, first of all, if you guys have all been there, right? So you saw, it's looking right out my bedroom. It takes away my ocean view, takes away my mountain view. It takes away my whitewater view. The house then is a 30-foot wall that would be looking directly into my bedroom. So it's a huge privacy issue. They put a massive balcony on, which means, you know, you could put 30 people on the balcony they're proposing and umbrellas and again, blocking more view. It got denied by city council. unanimously because of the privacy issue. The quote from Sue Kemp was, "Do you expect Marianne to go to bed and go to sleep with her clothes on?" So obviously there's a huge privacy issue there. And it was, at that point, the project was denied, and the two boys that own the house went across the street and bought a beautiful oceanfront house and got all the views that they wanted. My contention has always been, I bought this house for the view. I bought the house for the ability to have privacy. I paid a lot more money than what that house was worth at the time. And I don't see how it should be fair that they should be able to create a master bedroom while taking away my view of my master bedroom. Was it Christine? Christine, just real quick, Christine made an interesting comment when she was at my house. She goes, "Wow, you have great wind coming in, like you got really, really nice breeze." And I go, "Yeah, with a 3-foot wall, that breeze will be gone along with all the lights. So please consider that City Council already voted on it. I hope you give me the same consideration."
Thank you, Marion. Next speaker.
Happy holidays. Chuck Viviani, 32142. Coast Highway is my address. I'm the house directly to the north of Miriam's house. And their other house is, the proposed structure is in the middle of ours. I have minimal view impact, so that's not really too big of an issue for me. The thing that disturbs me the most is the size of the wall going up 3 feet away from or 6 feet away from our courtyard, where we tend to have parties and stuff and invite people over. It's a massive, tall structure that's going to block some of the sun, some of the solar radiation, as well as the airflow coming through there. So that disturbs me. The privacy issue, we have a bathroom located down on that side of the house, adjacent to theirs, and has a window, has one window that opens. And I think if you're sitting on their new deck, the proposed deck, you can look right down into that bathroom, right actually into the shower. So that's also an issue with me. And the other thing that is interesting about this project, it seems like the stakes went up way far in advance to when they were supposed to be put up. We were out of town for a few weeks, came back, and all of a sudden there's stakes. We knew the property sold because the neighbors were kind enough to tell us that. But we came back and here's these stakes. Wow, they're going to do a remodel. Another question I have, I don't know if you know, or what is the legal description of an ADU? This is an R Zone 1 neighborhood. And I'm sure, well, I'm not sure, but there's a possibility this could be turned into a multi-level rental. That has me questioning what's going on with that. And I have a lot of questions about the actual construction of the house. We live on a street that's sort of like an alley. It's a dead-end alley. And it's in real bad disrepair, especially where the water flow comes down. The natural water course goes to a drain in that street. And that drain is sinking. And I'm worried that we're going to have a situation like they do up on Sunset in Virginia, where they've had a couple of sinkholes. So I just hope that you can all look at this project, and maybe I'd like it to be scaled down a little and possibly pulled back some. I mean, I don't know if you can, but you could maybe look at that to happen and consult with the architect, which I don't see him here. But anyway, thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good evening. Thank you for letting us speak. My name is Kathy Viviani, and I just want to concur with everything that my husband says. I'm really concerned about the privacy issue. He mentioned the bathroom, but the scale of the house, they would be looking down into our bathroom, our family room, and that I feel a real invasion of privacy there. So what I would like is if they could scale it down and back. The other thing that I guess is bothering me, because from what I've heard tonight from other people, the last people were saying about their neighbors, they weren't contacted. We've never even met these neighbors. We have no idea who they are. And I think it would be nice. I was told that when you all came today, one of the owners was supposed to be there, but that didn't happen. So I think that as far as, community and getting to know your neighbors, we might have a different opinion as far as, but to me right now, it just seems like somebody is coming in and wanting to build this massive house in a place that it really doesn't fit, not that massive. So if they could scale it back down, we would greatly appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, good evening, board members. This is my third evening here in these chambers this week. I remember you, Thomas, you spoke on Tuesday night and said some supportive things about the fire department and the law enforcement, and I supported that. I'm here to oppose this project in its entirety. My sister and I grew up in this house next door to this project to the north, is that my father and stepmom just spoke. My father and stepmom currently live in this home and to the north, and my dad and aunt even grew up in this same property that's been in our family for a long time. I echo their concerns with firstly, the privacy issues, air circulation, natural sunlight blockage, where the sunlight does come down the back patio and kitchen area that their dog frequently enjoys, and as well as guests and people that come over. Rain drainage issues and also the constant noise for potentially years of a very difficult project on an area of a very narrow dead-end street, which already has drainage and parking issues. There's a current remodel project on our street to the north that has been ongoing for about 10 years and has been a complete nuisance and neighborhood eyesore, to say the least. This is something that we would not want here for this current project. And my father and stepmom, who are enjoying their retirement years and live here full time, would have to endure a potential full-scale construction project that would end up being a home that would be invasive to not just their privacy, but also Marion's, even more so their quality of life. I'm completely against this extremely lengthy project. We have not met the owners, as my stepmom just said, to communicate any middle compromise of any sort. And I believe this could be their second or third home, possibly the owners of this current property. The property has been sold and flipped many times within my lifetime, which is not enjoyable for the neighbors who have all lived and grown up on this street that I grew up on. And I'm a third generation local, born and raised here, been here for 40 years. My dad's been here longer than me. And this project, as Marion said, is or a project in the current location was denied by city council. I would be supportive of something that is similar to what my dad and stepmom have of a garage and maybe something below with a detachment to keep the roof height the same, just how it has been for many decades. We're here in Laguna Beach. We're not in Newport Beach. Please keep Laguna, Laguna. If you go to Newport Peninsula, you notice these massive long rectangles going up and getting as much space for square footage as they can. Let's try to protect the beach cottage style homes that are left in our town, especially in South Laguna. Thank you.
Thank you. Board, did we get, because I don't remember having the neighbors, we didn't get a site visit request from them, did we? Did you? No, the north property. Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I didn't even contact you guys because I never received the request. You didn't either? Marion?
December 6th email, Charles and Kathy.
Is your mic on?
Viviani did not request a meeting, but we're there when I got there.
Oh, okay.
They were just there. Process for requesting a meeting. And you
Can you put your mic on? Oh, yeah, there it is. No, it's on. He turned it on for you. Don't get your finger up there.
Yeah.
Good. Okay, speak. Your mic
Yeah.
is on now.
Oh, my,
Yeah.
it's so everyone knows, there's a process for requesting a site visit with us. And you fill out a form, and then we get it, and then we reach out based upon receiving the form. Sometimes where you don't ask for us to meet, it's hard to evaluate your home. Secondly, where you put it in an email, sometimes we might miss it. So the best way is to comply with the rules, and I think you're informed of that, or should be informed of that. But anyway,
Okay.
those,
Thank
to
you,
answer
Tom.
your question, Viviani did not request a meeting.
Okay, thank you. All right, you have 3 minutes for rebuttal.
No comment, thank you.
Any questions?
No,
Okay.
Yeah, you gonna go or you want me to go?
I'll go. Warren, thank you. I talked to the dog. He didn't like it. I think we all know there's some significant view privacy issues with the current drawing. I'll grant a second hearing, but it's got a lot of work and it needs a lot of reduction on that level. And I think you're well aware of it. And I think we've heard great comments from the neighbors as to where the challenges are. The positive is I don't hear anyone saying they don't want any development, right? So these are really specific comments, and I think we heard them pretty clear tonight from the neighbors, and we've had a brief chat, but there's some significant redrawings that need to be done. So I'm supportive of continuance and see where it comes, but it needs some more work. Oh, my only other comment was you were on the right track for the 15-foot pushback to start the garage. I know it's not the requirement, but I think that length of driveway is important for that end of the street being so underdeveloped, and half the homes have it. It's part of the pattern development. I think when you go to redraw, just pushing the house to the street isn't necessarily the right solve.
Yeah, I'll just quickly follow. I agree with that. I was going to just comment on the garage. Obviously, a garage is a great asset. You definitely want to keep that in your plans. It's just, the privacy issue's huge, which when I saw you, was like, no, what is there what privacy issue? Holy moly, it was a massive privacy issue. So we need to address that. The Vivianis get completely shadowed. So some sort of relief in our articulation down at that level will have to happen in order for them to have that relief. I don't know how much program you could really get in this sliver of space with what's already existing, and still provide them enough daylight and provide the privacy that's required for the primary. I know that there's glass block that on the other home that you could obviously, you still will block some light, but you can maybe get a little program off the garage, but I'll leave that to you. But if you come back again, it's going to need to require that the Vivianis get some solar opportunities and that privacy is achieved.
Yeah, the only thing I have to add is I can support a bedroom deck, master bedroom deck, but maybe just a Juliet deck. The deck that you propose is so egregious for a master bedroom, egregious for a living room even. But a Juliet deck, because of its location to the ocean, is acceptable. But yeah, definitely take into consideration the house to the north, their light and air. And then, yeah, just I showed you on the site with, because I visited Marion's house with you, and I pointed out where the house needed to be. That's where actually the Juliet balcony, if you're going to propose a Juliet balcony, needs to be, so that when people are standing on that Juliet balcony, they can't see into that bedroom. That's my only notes. Who's next?
I'd like to focus that we went to the site together, and I saw the same thing. I agree. We need to pull that back, the upper level. I'm wondering about the crawl space. There's a large area that's crawl space. I'm not sure if there's something you can do with that to push that down or push the program down.
Or maybe utilize that crawl space.
Or utilize the crawl space for something.
Square
that
footage.
could be another bedroom instead of having it on the upper level. So something to think about. And then also obscuring the windows on both sides for the neighbors so they don't see. And from a privacy standpoint, I think you understand, hearing from everybody, you're very talented, and I know you come back with something much better.
Okay, let me, I'm going to take a slightly different view, only slightly. I think you need to come back. I looked at neighborhood compatibility and the pattern of development. The two houses to the south are much like what you're proposing, where it's a fairly massive house. Well, first of all, let me say, garage, absolutely neighborhood compatible. You're entitled to a garage there. Everybody's got it, almost everybody on the street. But when you look at how much program you have going to the ocean from the garage at that upper level, I think it is compatible with that two houses to the south, particularly the second house down. And so I was kind of perplexed with what the pattern of development was and what the neighborhood compatibility was. And I am pretty of the mind that the two houses to the south are not the pattern of development. It certainly has not enveloped the rest of the street going north Virginia Way. And what I see there is homes that contour to the slope. You have an older home like Viviani, which isn't, which kind of does that. He's got the garage at the top, and then his house slopes down almost, single story, although I know it's two-story at one part. But if you look at the houses as you go further north, they really, for the most part, follow the contour. I think you're entitled to some program at the top level, but it needs to be scaled back significantly. And you can do that. I think you're entitled to a garage, and whether you also use a carport, I think there's a lot of homes up there that don't have a big carport, or a parking area in front of the garage. But I leave that to you. But I think you need to pull it back to be consistent with where I think neighborhood compatibility is, which is to the north. Use that, in my view, as your guide. With respect to the next level down, I think if you do follow the contour, you will build neighborhood compatible homes. I think the part of the problem with the Viviani's property is it was built at a time before the pattern of development for that whole street changed. You had bigger homes here and there. Certainly the two to the south are very big homes compared to what you see at the Viviani's property or to the north. I would allow some, impact on theirs because I think they're somewhat anachronistic. Given what they may do in the future in developing it, they'd probably want to bring it up to something, again, compatible with the north. So I would give you more program at the second level or the mid-level. In fact, I probably would find what you have close to acceptable if you pull back the third story. And so that's where I am on neighborhood compatibility. Privacy, you have way too many windows on both sides, particularly towards the Viviani side. I think you'd have to have window reduction significantly and to have them clouded. So, I think the view and window, if you look at the guide of the Keegan property, very limited window. And let me just talk about the view equity issue. I think pulling the place back solves the view equity issue with the Keegan property. I think she has a legitimate claim to view equity going up the coast with her bedroom. And that needs to be preserved. So when you revise the plans to pull it back, it should be with that in mind, that you're going to preserve her north-facing view, which I think is required to achieve view equity. So those are my comments.
Great. Clarification questions?
No, I think I'm good.
All right.
Thank you.
All right.
Wendy, I'd like to, well, sorry, it's not, I'm speaking out of turn.
Oh, no, go ahead.
Tabled?
To table it?
Yes.
Okay. So to a date uncertain?
To a date uncertain,
Yeah.
yes.
Chair, I'll move item number 5.8 at 32146 Coast Highway at the request of, to continue to date uncertain, meaning the project will be noticed if it's reassigned a date.
Second.
Board Member Coveney?
Yes.
Board Member Gibbs?
Yes.
Board Member Weil,
Yes.
Chair Pro Tem Thalman,
Yes.
and Chair Gannon.
Yes, please.
Thank you. Motion passes for a continuance to a date uncertain.
Thank you. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Good night.
Are you done? That's it for
That's
you?
it for me tonight.
Good riddance.
And the dog's still waiting.
Thank you. I've got biscuits. Anyone else cross-eyed? Okay, so pay attention. 5.9 is the next item for decision-making. We've got two more. This is located at 167 Chiquita Street, ex parte.
I visited the site, spoke with the applicant team, the owners, Pam Polson and her husband, Peter. This is the right house.
I just went back by the project and reviewed.
I met the Liz Howell and the owners, and I also met with Ann Earhart.
I did too. I met with Ms. Earhart's assistant.
Met with Anna Earhart, received a bunch of emails. We heard it and then visited the site.
And I visited the site with Don Sheridan, spoke with Liz Howell and Mark Christie. Do we have, how many members do we have speaking tonight? One, okay. So do you mind if we limit them to 2 minutes each? Because otherwise it'd have to be maxed out at 15 minutes. 2 minutes each, okay. Perfect, 2 minutes each. Sharma? Yeah, we can extend, we have the power to extend if needed.
Good evening, Chair and members of the board. Item 5.9 is a request for design review coastal development permit at 167 Chiquita Street. The project was originally heard at the August 22nd DRB hearing, and the applicant was provided direction by the board to redesign the house to reduce the appearance of mass, particularly along the street elevation, and provide further articulation with materials and add additional landscaping to the street-facing elevation. Direction was also provided to reduce lighting and glazing for the project. In response, the applicant has lowered the overall height of the project to be an additional 1 foot 9 inches to 2 feet under the allowable height for the zoning and a couple inches under the existing height of the 2-story structure on the project location. The second story has been reduced by 77 square feet, with the chimney being eliminated from the master bedroom. Additional setbacks have been provided along the eastern property edge, and there's been a reduction of glazing. They've removed all landscaping lighting and removed the number of exterior lights by 75%. All hardscape has been replaced with permeable pavers, and a covered entry and pitched roof has been added to soften the massing. Revised landscaping has been proposed with additional trees and hedges in the front yard and additional planters to the balcony for privacy concerns. Staff has analyzed the applicant's request with respect to the city's development standards and the board's previous direction and determined that the project conforms to the zoning code, general plan policies, and design review guidelines. Additionally, staff believes that the CDP findings for the project can be made. Staff recommends that the board adopt Resolution 24-0772 and Coastal Development Permit 24-0773 and find send action exempt from CEQA. Staff has received correspondence from the public regarding concerns about neighborhood compatibility, design articulation, views, and privacy. The board should consider whether these impacts affect the project's ability to meet the design review criteria. That concludes my presentation. I'm happy to answer any questions. The applicant is also available and has a presentation that they'll be sharing with you as well.
Thank you. Any questions to staff? No? No? Okay. You have 5 minutes.
Can we see slide 1? Good evening. I'm Liz Howell, Skyview Designs. The owners, Pamela and Peter, are here with me. Thank you for your time. Thank you for coming out to the site and talking to me. We are proposing a 2-story single-family residence with 4 bedrooms, 4.5 baths. It will have a 2-car garage with 2 off-site parking spaces. I want to point out that we have redesigned the home to soften it and reduce its mass and scale and increase architectural articulation. We are not asking for any variances. We are under the maximum square footage allowable by 548 square feet. We are not obstructing anyone's ocean views. We chose matte finishes not to reflect light onto neighbor's home. As you can see from the first slide, there was many different aspects that we did to soften it. One of the ones I like the most is the tree in the corner, additional landscaping. We have, if we go to slide 2, it points out everything we've done. We've put an angle on the balcony in the front corner. We've added the roof eaves over the side. We've added more stone. We've reduced the size of the windows for less glazing. We've reduced the size of the doors. We've also brought up the toe kick 18 inches instead of it being a lower toe kick, so there's less glazing. We pushed back in the corner, the front corner of Chiquita in the alley. We pushed back the bathroom and 18 inches, and then we pushed back the roof eave 3.5 feet in that corner. We added planters on the corners of the balconies to soften it. We've eliminated the large 2-fireplace chimney, and we're down to one small one. We reduced the height by removing the parapet and redesigning the roof to have more roof planes and cutting them into smaller sections so we could lower it more. For the other neighbor side on the opposite of the alley, we redesigned the stairwell so we could push that back additional square footage. We also pushed back the second floor, so it's now 6 feet from the property line. The neighbor's property is only 2 feet from the property line there, so it gives us both a little more light and ventilation. In the rear, we also pushed back the bathrooms, and the wall where the fireplaces chimneys were, we reduced the, we actually pushed it back further from the side setback. When it comes to the height, the reason we have the height of the finished floor where it is, we are actually lowering it from the existing. The existing, we're lowering it 1 foot 4 inches from the existing. I'm not getting any younger. Peter and Pamela aren't getting any younger. So the way we designed the finished floor on the first floor was we started with the garage and we only went 4 inches up over the alley. Someone at the last meeting mentioned we could move the garage, but there's only 1 foot difference in elevation from the front of the house to the back of the house, and that's the best place for the garage. If we put the garage at the front of the house, you'd have to have a 20-foot driveway, and then you'd have to raise it up again from there. Somebody had mentioned a subterranean garage. Then we'd have problems with drainage, and if the sump pump ever failed or they lost power, the house could flood. The house isn't any higher than the garage floor. We did lower the second floor a few inches on the ceiling. And then, I wanted to mention, if you want to, that's a good, actually, that's a good one to show. People are concerned about the setbacks. And if you see those 2 blue lines on that slide floor, the house proposed is going to line up with the others down the street. There's actually, at the end of the street, there's a house that sticks out further and balcony. I'm running out of time. Okay, the next one.
You have 30
slide
seconds.
Shows the other houses on the street in the bottom that have balconies in the front and are modern. And it shows the other direction where you see modern houses and where the tree goes. And then if you go back to the site plan, number 3 on the slides, it shows in blue all the areas we could have built. And it just shows how we did put the neighbors, we were mindful of the neighbors by lining up the courtyard and having a 20-foot setback and the other setbacks. Thank you.
You'll have 3 minutes for a rebuttal. Okay, so line them up. Do you have it set for 2 minutes? Yes, please. Who's first? It'd be nice if you guys would line up so when one finishes, the other can bop, bop, bop.
We will hurry. I will speak quickly. Good evening. I'm Ann Earhart, the owner and builder of 1191 Pacific Coast Highway and direct neighbor of the applicant. I know it is late, so thank you for your time. I waited 18 months for the city to finally adopt a height ordinance. Then I designed a building within code parameters that came to DRB for 3 hearings. Neighbors all the way across Pacific Coast Highway asked for and received modifications of a 4.5-foot height reduction. The current applicant at 167 Chiquita asked for my patio to be pushed back because of privacy concerns. That was done and is now set back more than 6 feet. Now I am literally faced with a structure just across the alley, which really is just the same size as the driveway, that will loom up into my natural light, airflow, privacy, and sky view. This structure is designed to just about the maximum allowable limits, even with the slight modifications done after the first hearing. It is greatly out of character on this street of cute cottages, and with its size, mass, and height, it will be the largest structure on the street. It will loom over adjacent structures and compromise my light, air, privacy, and what view of the sky I do have already. I am only asking that there be equity in what I was asked to do and what they are hoping to build. And after hearing about all of the good and bad neighbor collaborations, I just want to note that I was never contacted by the applicant until I met them at the first hearing and had to email them a second time, and then finally asked my lawyer to invite them over. I ask that you request a good faith redesign to address the height of the building, so I'm not staring at a looming structure in front of me. The roof has changed very little, and actually 60% of the roof was lowered 3 or 4 inches, which didn't help me at all. The view out my windows would be taken up halfway, and in some rooms, even more than that. And just because I don't have an ocean view, I don't think anybody should be allowed to build up into what light and air I do have. I will finish by noting the architect's firm's name is Skyview Homes, which I guess means that they appreciate a sky view. So I would ask that my sky view be preserved.
In conclusion,
I'd like to help the applicant get to yes, but not at the expense of my light and air and sky view. Thank you.
Thank you, Anne.
My name is Inga Bann, and I own property across the alley. I oppose this project in its current design. The home is massive and does not conform with other homes on Chiquita Street. If you go down Chiquita, the homes are usually designed with the first story and then the second story in the back. This affects my apartments. It affects the ocean view, the light, and the sunshine. So I oppose this. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Daryl Lynn Cornelison. I live in North Laguna. Thank you for giving the community a time to voice our thoughts. We're really appreciative of that. I see your agenda of homes, and I can't imagine how difficult it must be to balance everything that is involved to come to some type of approval. So I'm very appreciative of your comments and the things that you say and the way that you're trying to come to a conclusion. I spoke at the last meeting for this home on Chiquita, and I can see by the news story polls that the home has been redesigned and set back further from the street. The owners appear to have taken into account the comments of the neighbors and your comments last meeting, and also they've softened the view from the street. As I walk the streets of Laguna, I enjoy seeing the diversity of architecture as each homeowner utilizes their lot to the best possible advantage and design, and they design their home for a style that they love. And I really appreciate that. I've lived in planned developments in homes where the homes are all just the same colors, the same style. And I really love Laguna's eclectic house, the way that the interesting architecture comes together in ways where you walk the streets and you really feel that sense of enjoyment, and it makes it unique. Please approve this homeowner's design that they have put together. It's their dream home, and they deserve to have it built. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, I'm Bob Butner. I work for Ann Earhart, Manager Properties. You know, the architect and owner have said that the building has been lowered 2 feet in height. It's not quite accurate. Actually, a 30-foot section of parapet measuring 1'9" was eliminated, but that only represents 40% of the roof line length. The remaining 60% of roof was only lowered 3 inches. I've got 3 mitigation measures that could lower the building. One, the whole building can be lowered by approximately 1'8" by lowering the grade. This will also reduce steps up to the house from Chiquita. This can be done and still have the required drainage and wheelchair accessibility. Second, lowering the first floor plate line from 10 feet 6 inches to 9 feet 6 inches, just 6 inches, would gain another foot. Third, lower the second floor plate line from 9 foot to 8'4", another 4 inches. That would lower it a full 3 feet. Regarding the concerns for wheelchair access, in the first hearing, the applicant argued that the first floor of the building could not be lowered because they desired to have a wheelchair access from the garage, which is at alley level. The alley is higher than the pad. If the first floor is lowered 1'8", there would be a 1'3" difference between the garage and the house. Wheelchair access could be accompanied by adding a third stop to the elevator, which is already located adjacent to the garage, or extending the garage to give room for a ramp at the rear of the garage, or add a separate wheelchair lift. Thank you.
Good evening again, Board. Larry Noakes for Ann Earhart. When Todd Skandarian designed Ann's building in 2010, he was required to accommodate the views of everybody across Coast Highway, and this resulted in the house being pushed down into the ground. In fact, one of the things I noticed about Ann's house, is beautiful, building as beautiful as it is that it does appear to be a little bit squat from the street, and that is because it was required to be so in order to protect the views from across the street. When somebody is required by the Design Review Board to push their house down and to limit the height in order to protect views, then there should be some continuity in Design Review Board decisions for subsequent designs to allow that property that was required to make those sacrifices to retain whatever precious views, light, air, and other benefits they were able to claw back from having to push the house down the way that they did. This project, I agree, it has been rearranged some from the first effort, but the city should understand, and the Design Review Board should be mindful, that if a person is required to limit the height of their property to accommodate views of others, that the view that they are able to retain will not be made worse by subsequent applicants building directly in front of them. And I think this is one of the things that we have to grapple with when we're dealing with concepts of view equity, pattern of development, and neighborhood compatibility. Thank you.
Mr. Noakes? Next speaker. Thank you guys, by the way, for getting in line. I appreciate it.
Yeah, I know it's getting late. I'll keep this short. I'm the neighbor directly behind them. I've seen their drawings and I've seen the story poles, and I really don't have a problem with what they're doing. I think it'll really improve the neighborhood, and I like the design. I think it's really bringing everyone's property values up in that area. And I don't know where, it's not blocking any views. And I think the height that they have it now is a decent height that we all can be happy with.
Thank you.
I'm Connie Sanchez. I live at 4 Bay Drive, Laguna Beach. And this project should be approved for 4 reasons. First, the project is within the allowable scope, size, and design criteria set forth in the city of Laguna Beach residential guidelines. And second, for that reason, no variances are requested. Third, the applicant has made many changes to the proposed project based on your recommendations at earlier meetings. Fourth, last but not least, the architectural design of homes in the various neighborhoods of Laguna are eclectic in nature, not the cookie cutters that the surrounding communities of Irvine and Mission Viejo. That eclectic architecture is what gives Laguna its unique charm. This project meets that criteria in its proposed neighborhood. And thank you very much for listening to these comments. Thank you.
You have 30 more seconds if you'd like to speak. Okay, never mind.
Hi, my name is Larry Laird, and I lived in Laguna Beach for, since 1970. And of those years, 35 of them, I was a residential building designer and builder. And I took a look at the project on Chiquita, and I think it makes a perfect transition from the very large commercial building that goes from Coast Highway to the alleyway. I think it's at least 3 stories on that side. The mass of this project is considerably less, but it still has a little bit of the contemporary feel that the big building, the commercial building on the Coast Highway has. I think it makes a perfect transition to the residential area below. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Ally.
Hi, I'm Keitha Russell. It's nice to see you all again.
Yeah, it's nice to see you as well.
I agree with Larry. I do see when you go down the street, Chiquita, it's a natural progression of the large modern building and their home as well. It's just a natural progression. It's not outside the neighborhood. And it's a beautiful home, and I hope you approve it.
Thank you.
Hi, my name's Kim Fleming. I'm a resident here in Laguna Beach, and also an artist. And I'm coming from a different angle, although I agree with some of the previous speakers in regards to the transition from PCH to the smaller cottage-like homes. I think it's a nice transition between the two of the more business-like buildings on PCH to the homes. From another perspective, I've also just wanted to put in my recommendation because I have worked with Liz in the past. She was an architect on a home that I had where we were in a high traffic area as far as foot traffic. We were near a park and backed a few other areas where a lot of residents came and saw our property. And what she was able to do as far as blending in with the community and making adapting our home to be a little bit larger, but it was really suitable for the environment and was so well received by our local community and neighbors that I just wanted to put that in because I know, having worked with her, that that's important for her. And so I'm endorsing her from that perspective as well. So thank you.
Right.
And thank you
you.
for what you do. I know this is not easy.
Thank you.
Good evening, a long evening. Warren Cannon, lived in Laguna Beach for, excuse me, about 50 years. Pam and Peter, I've known them quite some time. This is a dream home, and I feel that their architect has, bent over backwards to meet the specific issues that it's not a skyscraper, and everybody has light in view and different opinions, but I appreciate every one of you at this time. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other speakers? Going once, twice? Crack the hammer. Yeah. All right, you have 3 minutes for a rebuttal.
We did meet with Inga's tenant. She did reach out to me. Pamela had reached out to her many of times and had actually shown her the plans. We were very pleasantly surprised when we saw, not surprised, but we were very, she was surprised because she's excited because from the tenant's balcony, she could see what she's going to get for a view of the ocean. And what was awesome about it was that the house doesn't block any of Inga's tenants. And that's the only tenant that's close enough that it could possibly. The other one was vacant. We peeked in there too, but from her bedroom, no issue. From the living room, no issue. And from the deck, no issue. When we did take the neighbors into consideration and we were mindful. And that is why we set back the house as much as we did. And as I shown in the slides, that gave both sides more light and ventilation from the courtyard to the back of the house to the alley. And the one slide showed that we are further away from the alley than any other house or commercial building on that street. We actually, 88% on the alley is more than the 10-foot setback. It goes to at least 12, I think it's 12'6" at one point. Oh, we did, couple more things I didn't mention last time was in the back, we also did bring back the eaves. So we brought back half the eaves in the front and the back to allow for more light and ventilation for all. And I'm not sure what else. And then, we're trying to be, we did meet with Anne. We had scheduling issues because I was out of town and then Pamela and Peter were, but we did meet with her and we did see that she also has tall ceilings, which are actually taller than ours. And her lot, she has more lot coverage and she's closer to the alley than we are. We stepped ours back and brought ours down more than she has. And when you come into the neighborhood, as you can see from my slide, it's going to be a progression, like people were saying. It's going to be her building, our building's lower. And of course, the building next to us is going to be lower, but that's because the street also slopes in that direction.
Does that conclude?
Interested, I have the materials here. Take a look.
Oh, we have our materials listed in here. Yeah.
Thank you.
Can touch them. I like touching. Okay, any questions? Yes.
I have some questions. Overall, what was your reduction in size? 77?
77 square feet on the second story. We adjusted the first story away from the neighbors. We moved things in and yes.
And there's windows in the garage, floor to ceiling on the one wall. What are those for?
Because he really likes his car and would like to be able to see it from the backyard.
Okay. And the plate height, I know that we had a great review of plate heights existing. I know it was 10.6. I thought it was 9.3, but what he said 9.6.
Second story from 9.3 to 9. We left the first floor at 10'6". I have discussed with Pamela and Peter. We would love to get approved tonight.
Yeah, I know what you mean. And then your eaves, I know it's a deck, it's an architectural element. how far do they come out and how thick are those eaves just from a height standpoint? Is there anything
The
we can
eaves can be trimmed. I have them at 12 inches because I wanted 12 inches for the whole roof structure because of Title 24 requirements and the insulation that we'll need in the attic space. But we don't need the insulation in the eaves, so if they need, we would consider making them a couple inches smaller. They go out at 4 feet maximum. They've been brought back 3.5 feet at the bathroom at the front, at the corner of Chiquita and the alley. And then in the back corner, closest to the other neighboring property, they've been brought back 2 feet.
Okay, that's all I have.
Any other questions, Mr. Gibbs? No?
Just one
She
real
has a
quick
quick
one on plate heights. I know I asked you before about this. What are the plate heights on each story?
10'6" first floor and 9 foot.
And 9 foot.
And let me ask you a question. Why can you reduce the 10.6? You sounded like there was a reason that you didn't want to reduce it. Why is that?
This is Pamela and Peter's dream home, and she really wanted the 10'6" ceilings. But I said, if we could get this approved, would you be okay going down to the 10 feet?
Okay, thanks.
I have one small question. The wall, the fence wall that surrounds the property, it's going to stay and remain, correct?
As per the site plan, it's going to be lowered at the front of the house.
Okay.
In front of the property.
Are there going to be lanterns like that exist currently?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
Are there going to be lanterns or are those removed?
We haven't proposed any. We actually reduced our lighting for, I think it was like
I know it was
7%.
reduced. I wasn't following a lantern on the front is probably acceptable, like how it exists now. I just wanted to make sure it met the requirements for neighborhood or the good neighbor
Lighting?
light, sky, night thing policy.
Yeah.
So
Good
if
neighbor
there
lighting.
was one, I just didn't see. Yeah, I just wanted a better understanding of what. Well, there was a lot of lighting reduction, but yeah, okay.
All right. Does that conclude our questions? Okay. The public hearing is then closed. We'll go into board comments.
I'll start. First of all, I did go back to Ms. Earhart's building, and I have pictures here taking the second ideal pictures. You can see that the string lines have been reduced. There's not really a design review criteria on Skyview, I don't think. I have not seen that before. But I know light and air has an impact. I think your changes to the plans, the reduction that you've reduced away from the alley as far as you can. I do agree it is a good transition to the neighborhood from going from Pacific Coast Highway and then going into the larger cottage homes. Most of them are large. I appreciate that you took the neighbors into consideration, meeting with the neighbors, going to see the tenant, dealing with the setbacks. Like I said, further away from the alley, you brought back the eaves, you reduced the square footage. And it does not surprise me that Peter wants garage glass doors. It's an Italian thing. They want to look at their cars. So with that, I appreciate what you've done, and I can approve the project tonight.
Ms. Coveney?
Well, that's a yikes. Okay. I still think we have a mass and scale issue. I do agree that a transition is important. I do think that this because it's such a shocking, jarring change to the street, the transition gets disrupted. I'd like to hear what the rest of my board members think. I just feel like we asked you to reduce, and 77 square feet was primarily what you did in reduction. I feel like you kind of just took the crust off the bread, and you could have just given us a little more and maybe we would have all been happier. I think that adding the kick to the windows doesn't really make them any less glazy, and a lot of window light and glare, and it just feels large to me. It has a very large feeling against all these larger cottages. These aren't our standard, 100-year-old 800 square foot cottages. These are substantial cottages. Most of them have relief in the front, and then they build towards the back. And in your case, you're sort of building right up there in the front. I think some of the articulation you gave the front that we requested that you do last time, I kind of looked back at the video and saw all the questions, all the concerns, and one of them constantly was the mass and scale. So I just feel like even though you've reduced a little of those architectural elements, the overall mass of the building was not really reduced in any substantial way. Lighting, pavers, and then in regard to Ann's concerns about I had to do this and they should have to do that too. Everything is unique, and I just want everybody to be clear that every lot's unique, every build's unique. So we have to look at them all like that. We just take our learnings and try to cull together a solution for everybody. And if I'd like to hear what the rest of my board has to say about mass and scale, but that's my biggest concern, the design integrity and the neighbor compatibility. I feel like only because of that transition selling point would I say this is compatible, because ultimately that street is cottage. And there's a couple of contemporaries at the end, but they're still set back and smaller. And what you really see is these more larger cottages. That's it. I won't really tell you any more about mass and scale, because that's my biggest concern. So I'll wait and listen, and then I'm not certain I can get behind this tonight. So I'll wait and see.
Thank you. The bookends? Bookend to the right?
Yeah, I went back and listened to my comments and everyone else's comments. So what I'm going to say is probably not going to be a surprise to you, Liz, or to the owners. I also see a mass and scale. I think you've done some improvements. Just so you know, I don't see the transition argument. I don't agree with that. I think the neighborhood starts at the alley, and everyone in the neighborhood. In fact, I think the neighbors commented that at least a lot of them did. I see each of the neighborhoods as being residential and not tied, particularly where there's an alleyway, to the commercial on PCH. You've gone from 3,822 square feet to 3,770, and I don't think that was the message that I gave or that the other board members gave. I made it very clear that I don't have a problem with modern. I'm not personally crazy about it, but you've heard from prior, including our discussion of Hawthorne, that modern is part of the diversity. It's the reality now, number one, but it's also part of the diversity. And I think you have a beautiful design. The problem is it goes setback to setback, front and rear, and it is, all two-story, that whole thing. And I just don't see that in the neighborhood. It is, it's overused to use the phrase Corona Del Mar, but we're seeing, projects throughout Laguna where you try to maximize square footage on lots in neighborhoods where it just hasn't happened. And then you have one, then you have another, and then you have another. It changes the whole character of the neighborhood. So I'm very reluctantly, agreeing with my colleague MJ here. It's just too much for this neighborhood. And I don't want to play architect for you. The clear thing to me is the mass and scale comes not from so much the alley as it is from the front of the house and the side going down, including to the neighbor. Whether that means doing a setback for the second story, reducing a little bit of the program up there to create a less mass and scale feel. But it needs to be something more than a ham sandwich. It needs to be something significant to get my vote. With respect to the to Ann comments and Ann's concerns from the Coast Highway. It's kind of like there's a lot of reasons why you've gone so high. While, if those reasons, where if it could be reduced, and I felt it could be reduced, I think it would be appropriate. Particularly because, it does, take a lot of, it's a big building that goes right next to view oriented from this, from Ann's property. And I don't doubt, Mr. Noakes and what the Ann and architect said about what happened previously, about them going lower to accommodate views, which makes the impact of the tall building so much the greater. I think you've got to come down more. For my vote to go down from, these plate heights are tall. And if you want to have that much program, you need to reduce them. I'm not sure 6 inches will work. Let me go back to one note that Ann's architect talked about. I would like, unless it gets approved by other members, then my comments don't matter. But if it was coming back, I would like to see whether it was feasible to lower the building, notwithstanding the garage issue, and then dealing with ADA type issues, ramp, something that he suggests, maybe talk to him and see if there's something feasible. I'd like to get that building reduced to where plate heights are, say, 9 to 9.5 on both stories, with anything that can be done feasibly to lower the building up to 1 foot 8 inches, and still make it work for you in your garage for the access. And if it can't be done, that's going to impact my decision. So those are my comments. Personally, I can't approve the project.
I have a question for you. So the plate height reduction, is that for mass and scale or for view, impact of view?
For both, but the mass and scale basically is the block aspect of the building.
Okay.
But to reduce it to the extent that's feasible and reasonable because of the and concerns.
Would you agree then if the upper level facing the street was articulated further back, that could reduce the mass and scale instead of reducing the plate heights? Because plate heights, in my mind, plate heights are fine. They don't impact anyone. There's no view impact. There's no light and air impact.
I don't think it would make any difference either.
It wouldn't make any difference. But if there was more articulation from that second.
The answer to your question is probably. I need to see it.
So those were going to be my comments, to articulate the upper level facing the street much more than you have already. Because if you notice on that street, all the second stories are further back on the lot. So to make it more neighborhood compatible, I would suggest doing that, and to get the vote of the other board members. I'm almost okay with the project as it is. I would have voted yes for it to get approved with conditions of approval. But I think it's going to come back, and I would definitely vote for a yes for a third meeting, and just say, just give the notes to make less glazing at the street side, and then push that upper level. Keep your plate heights as they are, but push that upper level further away from the main street. But articulation, I thought you did great articulating it between the commercial buildings and with the alleyway, and giving more grace, more light and air to the commercial buildings, which, that alleyway is bigger than most streets in Laguna Beach. So I thought you were fine the first time around. So thanks for adding 2 more feet. Those are my comments. I'd like to hear what other board members.
I mean, this is a tough one, and I appreciate the comments of the board and of the public, and the hard work you guys are doing to try to make something work here. It is kind of in that transition space, but I do need to find the balance. I think one of the big things that's really driving this is the height and just the vertical. And I appreciate you try to break it up. You gave it some eaves, you used the materials on different walls, you gave it some juxtaposition. And I think that really helps on the alley side, because I think as you look at other alley type homes, most of them are just straight walls. And so to break it up the way you did, I think is in the spirit of what we were talking about last time. I think two things are there is probably a little bit of a privacy element to the upper level windows that do face the alley. And what I want to talk about is the ones that are in the shower, in the bathroom, the laundry room, the closet. We really got to make sure those are opaque, or use some sort of decorative windows. Like the only condition I'd put on them is that they're opaque. If you want to spruce them up and make them kind of more decorative or colorful, I don't know, stained glass or whatever, that can add to the articulation as well. But I just need to see those frosted. And I think it was the shower, the closet, the bathroom, the laundry, and the other bathroom. I like Board Member Gannon's idea of giving a little bit of relief to the street, giving it a little more setback on the upper level. Could also help open up the main view corridor that does exist for the office building, because it really is a diagonal to over the other homes on Chiquita straight to Catalina. So just that front corner, I think, could use a little bit of relief and present better to the street. Not much. But I think the grading is probably the issue that I'm thinking you can pick up probably about 2 feet in combination of lowering some plate heights and doing some grading. There is about the 2 feet or so drop between the garage level. The garage doesn't have to maintain the same plate height as the rest of the house does. It might talk a stair, but a stair in a home, 1 or 2, isn't a breaker for ADA. They can be converted to a ramp, or even the way you've designed it. The garage has a beautiful sliding door. You park in your garage, maybe you walk around, and there's a grade change that just gets you flat to your home. Or the other idea of having a different stop to the elevator and a door at the elevator, or a door at the garage side that then lets you come into the door that's on the house. I don't even know how that works, but it could be explored. Yeah, so the grading, I think, is driving the height is driving the mass and scale problem. And I don't see it as a view problem. I see it as a privacy and the mass and scale issue. If we could work on that tonight, I can play, but I do need some droppage. Or you guys can take some time and really craft it correctly and be back here pretty quick.
I'm not sure that I could vote for it tonight, because I need to see some real setback at the, real reduction of mass and scale, a significant one, and one that you would notice from the kind of along the lines of Chair Gannon's comments, that the second story needs to go back to be compatible with the rest of the neighborhood, not the modern, just the mass and scale from the street. With respect to the height, your comments are very similar to my comments on the height. I'd like to see that come down 2 feet. To answer your question, I'd need to see if you lower part of it, or, reduce the second story, whether that, I think, creates the balance that I think Ann's concerns deserve, a little bit more balancing there. So I don't know if I think the best solution is on the height issue, what Board Member Weil said, that I feel confident there is a way to reduce it 2 feet. And I don't think that can be done tonight without really rethinking this and coming up with something that works.
Well, the comments that I made were that height doesn't necessarily create mass and scale, but articulation does. And so in my mind, to better make it neighborhood compatible and to better work with articulation is they kind of correct 2 problems. Pushing that upper level would mitigate mass and scale. And then 'cause mass and scale is fine from the alley. There's great articulation there. So for plate heights, it doesn't benefit anybody for plate heights. It doesn't create a better view, because there is no view. It doesn't create better light, than what's already existing for the commercial building. And the other neighbors aren't complaining about mass and scale or lighting, or they're complaining about mass and scale and neighborhood compatibility. And I think that's what we need to focus on, not plate heights, because that can be mitigated by pushing the upper level back.
If you look at the other homes on that street, most of them are, as you had said, pushed back a
Push
bit.
back, yeah.
So it's not, you agree, it's articulation. It's not square footage or plate heights that makes something look massive. It's how it's articulated. Yes, yeah.
I think it's more, but I respectfully I think the size of the building, the mass of the building is the size. In addition to, you can reduce the mass and effect scale look through articulation, but when it's just a big building, I mean, you take, for example, the Pacific Coast Highway or the Virginia Way, I mean, that was too massive.
Right.
Regardless of how they articulated that building.
Or maybe landscaping and/or maybe adding landscaping.
Oh, I think that can,
I think so.
articulation can
Are
reduce
we in
it.
agreement to bring them back a third
Yeah, we're in
year?
agreement to bring them back. I don't think we're agreement in the height. I think Lewis and I are probably closer on that, but I definitely would like, if I had if I had to make one of two choices, it's moving the second story back from the street.
There you have it.
Okay.
Significantly, though.
One other comment that I didn't get into was the landscaping, that one component could help. There's two things that I really want to mark. The magnolia tree that's in the front corner that we need to have a height, a maintenance height. We can't have that go up to 40 feet or do or mark it as a dwarf one. I don't care about what tree you prefer as long as the nuisance of the tree is somewhat scripted.
There's a dwarf magnolia tree that would, I think, solve your problem.
Yeah, and then you have some of that, the low hedges behind the wall on the alley side. Maybe look at a couple of those that might actually spruce up, and that could also give some articulation from the alley, but not, not too high, but.
There's an issue with that's the turn for the cars getting the alley, so there's
Oh,
limit to.
I'm
there's a limit
talking
to
about the
height.
ones that are really kind of like offside the kitchen.
Okay.
On that side, not so much on the corner. The magnolia tree is the corner one, but like where you have, the ignition whites and the lavender mustard, most of those are like 2 feet tall. To pop something that's maybe 6 or 7, 8 feet tall, and not necessarily all of it, but look at that, because that would also help shield some of the massing.
Hold on. You're at, the public hearing is closed, sorry.
So those, again, landscaping is usually one of the last things we talk about, and I forgot to mention those two. But I think lowering it, some combination of the front articulation, I think those are the key cruxes that the board's hemming and hawing on right now. Is that correct?
We have some, it's one of those cases where each board member has a slightly different slant, but I think you'll get the feeling, the common threads. And I think if you make some progress in some areas, maybe not as much in the others, we'll get over the hump.
When would you guys like to come back?
What's our time? Can we do February?
Maybe the second meeting in February?
So if you can get your submittal back in by January 2nd, February 13th would be the DRB meeting. January 8th, submittal due for February 27th. January 22nd, submittal due for March 13th. And submittals due February 5th for March 27th.
We can get it back in for January 8th for the second February meeting.
That's
beautiful.
February 27th.
And Chair, I'll move item number 5.9 at 167 Chiquita Street to
February 27th.
February 27th?
February 27th, and then with the finding.
With the finding for the third, and with that, the applicant is following the board's direction in good faith.
I second.
Board Member Coveney?
Yes.
Board Member Gibbs?
Yes.
Board Member Weil?
Yes.
Chair Pro Tem Thalman?
Yes.
And Chair Gannon?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion passes for a continuance to the February 27th Design Review Board hearing with submittals due on January 8th.
Thank you. And before we get to the next one, I need to use the ladies' room. This is 510, or agenda item 5.10, located at 600 Buena Vista Way. And this will be a long one, I imagine. So 5 minutes. We ready? Thank you for manning the clock over there, or womanning the clock. All right, are we ready? Mrs. Sharma? Oh, let me introduce the project first and then do ex parte. So this is 5.10 on the agenda, located at 600 Buena Vista Way. And do we have ex parte?
Chair, I met with the owners, David Cousins and Susan Hasty, and Larry Noakes.
I met with David and Susan as well. I spoke to Larry Noakes. I spoke to Larry Noakes, and I spoke to Larry Noakes.
And I didn't speak to Larry Noakes. I spoke to the owners and visited the site.
Visited the site, met with Susan and David.
And I visited the site and spoke to Larry Noakes just once, I think, on this project. You had a couple of projects. Anyway, spoke to Larry Noakes. All right, Mrs. Sharma, you're up.
Good evening, Chair and members of the board. Item 5.10 is a request for design review, coastal development permit, and variance for a project located at 600 Buena Vista Way. The project is located in the residential hillside protection zone and within an established residential neighborhood. The project has existing site conditions, including a mapped water course and a steep topography that exceeds 45% for the majority of the site. The project requires design review for a new lower level addition to the previously approved single-family residence, an addition to the main level living area, additional grading, and construction of new 12-foot retaining walls, modified landscape and field modification plan, and a revised pool design to add an infinity edge. Variance is requested to exceed allowable lot coverage and building height. A coastal development permit is required as the project is defined as new development in the coastal zone. As part of the DRB approved 2021 project, included a 5,230 square foot single family residence with an 857 square foot 4-car garage and a 300 square foot guest house. The approval included additional covered parking, elevated decks, skylights, chimney height, grading, retaining walls, a swimming pool, spa, water features, fuel modification landscaping plan, and an open space dedication, and to maintain the non-conforming 14.2% lot coverage that was left over from the 2004 approval for this project site. The project is currently under construction in conformance with our 2021 approval, and the grading work associated with the required fire turnaround has necessitated a new approval for the work to continue as grading quantities have exceeded the original estimated 850 cubic yards, and in order to maintain a balanced site as originally approved, the applicant is proposing to construct 12-foot retaining walls and place that additional soils on the project site to prevent truck trips on Buena Vista Way. This will require the project to apply for and receive approval of a variance to exceed lot coverage. As previously mentioned, they're currently at a non-conforming 14.2, and this additional terrain alteration which in the RHP zone counts towards lot coverage, will increase it to 30.4%. Staff has analyzed the applicant's request with respect to the city's development standards and determined that the findings of fact for the approval of the DR and CDP, including the variance findings to exceed the lot coverage and building height, can be made for the requested entitlements. The proposed project would increase the existing previously approved height of the single-family residence from 25 feet, which is the maximum allowable under the RHP zone for this site, to 37 feet as defined in the Laguna Beach code. And that's only for this portion that connects the highlighted portion of the hallway that connects the proposed gym and the proposed game room. Individually, both the gym and the game room do not require a variance because individually they are both would be considered either fully subterranean or outside of the roof line. However, this hallway is needed per building code for a second means of egress for the habitable area and cannot be eliminated, thus requiring a variance for height. And previously mentioned, the variance is needed for the lot coverage so that we can maintain a balanced site and avoid truck trips for the neighborhood. Oh, and I also wanted to note, so while there is a variance for height, the roof line for the home will not be modified. There is no visual differentiation between the previous approval and the current approval. This hallway is fully subterranean, and this is only a cross-section showing it. And from either Buena Vista or higher up, there would be no visible difference for the project. We have received 2 letters of support as part of the public noticing period. The applicant's attorney has also submitted a letter asking for modification of conditions of approval 16, 18, and 22. They're objecting to number 16 due to an existing retaining wall in the dedicated open space easement. Number 18, discrepancy between a dedication of the required fire turnaround versus an easement. And for 22, objecting to the required third-party review of the submitted hydrology study that was submitted for this project. Staff has taken a look at those concerns. Based on our analysis, the project requires condition of approval number 16 as a requirement of the open space and conservation element, policy 14J, which is part of the city's general plan and certified local coastal plan. Both the design review and coastal development permits have findings which require compliance with the general plan and local coastal program. There is an existing open space dedication on the property as part of the 2004 approval that was recorded with the county in 2008 and is noted in the applicant's civil plans in note number 10 on sheet C7. Therefore, this condition of approval is necessary to correct and reestablish the required open space dedication for the project. The condition has been revised, or staff is proposing to revise the condition to include an exception for that existing retaining wall that the applicant has discussed in their letter. For condition of approval number 18, we can delete this and instead incorporate by reference the 2021 approvals, and that would also include eliminating conditions of approval 17, 19, and 20, and revising the resolution to incorporate the original conditions of approval from the 2021 project. And finally, for condition of approval 2022, that is necessary for compliance with community development policy regarding peer review of technical studies on all development projects, and is consistent with how the city would apply technical review on any project that is submitted to us. That concludes my presentation. Staff is recommending that the board adopt resolution 24-2039, approving design review 24-2039, CDP 24-2040, and variance 24-2340. To modify the previous approval and to find said action exempt from CEQA. That concludes my presentation. I'm available for questions, as is the applicant and their lawyer. They will also have a brief presentation that they're sharing.
I have a quick question. So for one of the variances for open space, is the variance for lot coverage, is that due to if they agree to dedicate that to open space that would create that measurement?
No, so the lot coverage is due to the grading required to ensure that the site remains balanced as part of the original approval. So because there were significantly more excavation required in order to construct the fire turnaround to public works standards. The original anticipated cut and fill of 850 cubic yards, it's been exceeded. And now in order to maintain a balanced site and not have export of those soils, they are proposing to construct these 12-foot retaining walls and place that fill there. In RHP, terrain alteration grading counts as lot coverage. So even though there's no structure there, the grading itself is lot coverage.
I'm starting to get it now. Okay.
Okay.
All
that
right,
was-
thank you.
that
That was, yeah, the more you hear it, the more, more it makes sense.
Yeah, it's,
Yeah.
there's a lot,
It made sense just now. Okay, good.
there's a lot to unpack there.
Pouring
Let me
more
just
dirt
finish.
on the hill is more
bookends.
lot coverage.
Correct. And they are maintaining the existing 2-to-1 slope. So we do think it is, the least impactful way to do this while still allowing for them to keep the soils on site.
It may
Awesome.
not be
Okay.
logical, but it's the rules.
Yeah.
So they need
starting to
variance,
make sense to
which
me.
makes it the variance potentially easier. I have a question.
Yeah. Oh, Christine has the
Chris, okay.
floor. Christine.
I think I'm getting it. There's a lot to unpack there because it's very technical, and I'm anxious to hear from the applicant as well. But so what you're saying is the fire turnaround, which is a public
Benefit.
benefit,
Correct.
is part of the lot coverage?
So the fire turnaround is actually excluded from lot coverage because the code section doesn't include that as part of the lot coverage. But the grading that's being necessitated by the excavation that was required for the fire turnaround is contributing to the increase in lot coverage.
Doesn't seem fair.
And yeah.
It seems like we required them to do this, and then they're penalized.
There is
because-
a logic to it, but you would need a 3-hour course. in
Yeah,
lot
let's
coverage.
carry on.
Okay.
Because it has the support.
put this
all
in
around.
layman's
So
language,
let's get to the juice. All right, you have 5 minutes.
Okay.
Oh, did you have another question?
I
for
do.
staff?
Another
Okay.
question.
never mind.
Shavita, could you put up the conditions again with
Oh.
your answers?
Sure.
I just had a question regarding condition 18. I didn't understand it.
While you're doing that, can I just ask a quick question? Only because I just want to make sure we don't miss anything. You have 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, and 22. Is there a 21 in there that we missed or?
Yeah, there's 21.
Okay, but that's all.
There is, but there's no revision proposed to that
Okay,
one.
great.
Okay, on your, yeah. So with respect to 18, which deals with the turnaround, I get that, and I understand what the condition is. So you're saying that staff's view is that's okay to delete, but we're going to incorporate by reference into the conditions something that was in the 2021 approval?
Correct.
And what is in the 2021
The
approval?
2021.
In section 3, I assume, right?
Yes, I can't pull it up while I'm sharing the screen, so I can't provide it verbatim, but instead of it being a dedication, it would be an easement.
Oh, okay. Hold on a second. Let me just read it then. That makes sense. So it's not going to be a dedication, it's going to be an
acceptable to you?
easement?
Correct.
Okay, and then the easement document is going to be part of the conditions of approval?
Yes.
Okay, I'm good with that. Thanks.
The easement's not for the
It's not,
turnaround, it's for the,
the easements for
the
the
open
fire.
space.
Yes. No, the easements for the fire. They'll explain it. Let's get to
Okay.
the applicant. Okay, you have 5 minutes. Start the clock. Yeah.
He gets the art. So if you pull up my slides real quick, and hopefully I can walk you through the lot coverage and the height variance bits. This was obviously the site that we first encountered in 2016. You can jump over there to the next one. In the 2021 design approval, we were required to build a turnaround. We were also required to only put the building on the existed graded pad. And then to offer up an open space, which ultimately was at contour 332. And if you flip to that next slide, hopefully we can see that one. You can see as a result of the turnaround, which has been discussed here briefly, the public works required a different turnaround design than was originally discussed and calculated in the original DRB. Which required deeper caissons and for it essentially to be an on-grade turnaround rather than a supported structure. And that obviously generated all this extra grading and spoils that you see highlighted there in blue. So then the question came for us, how do we get rid of this? So we proposed two things. One, trucking it away, which was going to result in somewhere, I'll say, of 200 trucks or 400 trips to get rid of that dirt, or to grade it onto the site. If you flip to the next picture, we analyzed where the dirt could go because we like the idea of keeping the dirt on the site and lowering the environmental impact as well. Ultimately, the only spot that it could go is essentially between the house and that 332 open space contour. Why don't you go to the next slide? And so we proposed this kind of 12-foot retaining wall that could deal with the extra grading that was required because of the turnaround. And part of that will be a little bit of the basement as well. And then if you flip to the next slide, you can see our ultimate approach was similar to what the Nielsen's have done, which was to develop this sort of timber and steel reinforcement to hold that earth back. We thought this is a fairly effective design, and it had the benefit of actually stabilizing the hillside. Obviously, this approach reduces wear and tear. It reduces the amount of noise and trucks and traffic that are going to be in this small residential neighborhood. And as I mentioned before, will lower the environmental impact. Now, the height variance is a little bit more of a question mark, I think, with most people's head. So we really designed the basement in two sections. The portion in pink is, as mentioned by Shweta, is fully compliant. It's underneath the footprint of the building and fully surrounded by earth, while the bit in yellow falls below the height limit. So why don't you go ahead 2 slides for us? One more. And there, here you can sort of see a section of it. So you can see this, the portion that was in pink is fully surrounded by earth, and the bit there in front falls below the 25-foot height limit. Here you can see that from the bottom of our floor to the top of the trellis member, it's 22 feet. So again, we're below that 25 height limit. The part that we have a problem with, if you can go back 2 slides, is that one little bit where these two things connect. One more slide, if you can go back one more slide. It's where these two connect right there where that one arrow is. And if there was a grain of sand between these two things, we'd have a fully compliant 2 basements. But because we penetrate this thing, technically speaking, we go past the limitations of what's described in the code, the zoning code. We're providing this as a means of egress. It was also mentioned. Okay, so then if you pull forward a couple slides, go one more. Here you can see it's going to have, that's perfect, that last one. One back, sorry. There you go. So the ultimate ramifications of this is we never see this 37-bit that occurs. It's all buried well underneath the house. And so we're developing the site in a way that's very consistent with what's in the rest of the neighborhood. We can flip forward one more slide. Here you can see the Nielsen's, where they have really a 3-story appearance plus a basement plus a retaining wall. You can go one more slide. And here we have our neighbors, where again, they have a 2-story element with what appears to be a 3rd story below. We're going to be more like the one further down, where we have a 1-story element with a 2-story element, which again is much in keeping with the RHP zone of the house sort of stumbling down the hill. You're going to be in the rebuttal.
I know. Thanks, Craig. 3 conditions. The dedication of the undeveloped portions of the site below. I think Shweta mentioned that there's something about retaining the wall down there. We don't want that wall down there. That wall is not, that's on our property, but it was built in conjunction with the 528 Temple Hills property. It was permitted for that property, but it's on our land. And what it does is it goes across our access to 600 Buena Vista off of Temple Hills. So it's basically cut our ingress from there, and it ain't our project. It was somebody else's. We asked the city to help us take it down. We're now in a lawsuit to get it taken down, and that lawsuit's about to be resolved. The problem is when that lawsuit is resolved, that wall is going to be removed, and the grading that they did behind that wall and the big drain head that they put behind that wall, also on our property with a city permit that we didn't apply for, is also going to be removed and relocated. So we can't do the open space easement right now, because there's going to be, if that's part of the open space, we got to deal with it, and we need to deal with it, and it's incompatible with that. So we can't do that right now. That's what we're complaining about. We also don't want a dedication. We want an easement there. We appreciate the change of the dedication language on the turnaround. I had already prepared an easement with Phil that the city has for the fire turnaround. We're happy to talk to the city about a dedication if that's the way they want to do it. But it does have tax implications for us, and there are other things that, are really boring, but that arise from this.
Wait, is our 5 minutes up?
Yeah, well,
this-
sort of,
is
but
this
we're the
something you-
last.
Is this something you can do in the rebuttal? I'm assuming that there's nobody going to speak.
Can I just address 22 and then I'll shut up?
Okay, please.
Oh, okay. With regard to the 22, the third priority review for the hydrology study, this hydrology study came up in this application only. We have never had to deal with this before, even though the whole contours of the street were designed around the setbacks to the water course. And now all of a sudden we have to do a hydrology study and we have to pay to have it peer reviewed. We don't think it's part of this application. We will make an application to erase this drainage course from the map, but that's not part of this project. That'll be part perhaps of a later application, but we don't believe it belongs in this application. Thank you.
Thank you.
We don't want that wall.
Don't tear the wall down.
you.
Okay, is there any member of the public that wishes to speak on this project? Beautiful. Come to the podium, please. You have 3 minutes.
Okay, I don't think I need the whole 3 minutes, but I'm Mike Simmons, live at 657 Buena Vista, which is, I think was probably just up in one of those pictures, but we're just a few doors down from the property. And my wife and I are here to support the project. The house is a beautiful house. We're probably as affected or more affected than anybody. I feel like I think I can speak on behalf of my neighbors, that are in the same situation, a few doors down. They all love the house. They love the project. They're very appreciative of what Dave and Susan have done. The fire turnaround is an incredible upgrade for the street. We're all really supportive and just, really just here to do right by Dave and Susan. I think we should all, to some extent be focused on that because they've been incredibly patient and they've done more for the street than any of us who actually live there have, and they don't even get the chance to live there yet. So, just want to express that we think the house is beautiful. We've seen the plans. I've talked to Taylor Wilhoit, who's the local builder who's doing the work on the project. He's been amazing. The team's been amazing. They've been super respectful about, keep lowering the impact of the project. And I know Taylor and the team are supportive of, I think, the original plan of keeping the fill and compacting the fill on the site, which makes sense for a bunch of different reasons. And kind of the only thing that we would ask is that be allowed to go ahead as part of the plan, because the idea of bringing hundreds of trucks down the street would be just a disaster for, all the people that live on the street. It's a super narrow street. When trucks like, that size go down there, they often, can get stuck, and that's like, you miss meetings, you miss work. It's that I just think is a really bad plan when there's a really good alternative to it. So just wanted to speak in support of that. I think, Dave and Susan have been incredibly patient. We love the house. We stare at the construction fence for the last several years and would really like to see the house get done for their sake more than anything. It's a beautiful house that their family was intending to live in. I just heard news that one of their kids just got accepted to their dream college. And I think this project started when he was in elementary school. So I think it's time. So just wanted to express our support.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes.
Good evening. I'm Patrick Stanton, and I'm a 36-year resident of Laguna, and I want to thank all of you for your effort to protect our views, our charm, and the rights that we all have as property owners. They're very, very dear to me. I'd like to take a somewhat different course. I met Dave quite by chance 13 years ago. Coming home from the store, I realized I had forgotten butter. I had to turn back and pulled into his driveway. He was taking his trash out. I said, sorry, forgot butter. And he said, wait a second, we got too much. Literally, the guy ran in and came out with 2 sticks of butter. I said, I'm Patrick Stanton, and we've been friends ever since. What is thrilling to me was 8 years ago when he and Susan told me that they bought the lot above my house. My partner and I have a house at Lower Temple Hills, so we're 4 from the end of that cul-de-sac, and I've always known 600 Buena Vista as a dump yard. Trash, everything going on down there. So when they showed me the plans, this casual elegance, there is no one within a football field. So the neighbors can't, I would hope, couldn't say a thing. They did. But no view impairment, nothing. I'm thrilled for them. I thank you all for your support of the project. I know it's been 8 years for you guys. The Montage took 10. 30 acres, Montage, 240,000 square feet, 10 years. But hang in there because I think you're close and I thank you all. Please know, when I met Dave, I said as I drove away, I love my town, because you don't get that anywhere else, where someone says, not only it's okay that you put your tires on my driveway, but pull up. We've got too much. So they're lovely. I would do anything for them, and I know they do the same for me. And so I'm here to give my full support, and I thank you.
Awesome. I love butter too. The salted kind.
I'm Jared Szymanski. I also wanted to give my support to Dave and Susan. Known them for a long time. They're about the best people you could meet. They've worked so hard on this project. They've done everything that's asked of them. It's been 8 years. I mean, everybody seems confused about the dirt. And so as a physician, you can see why when people are in design review in Laguna, they come to my office quite frequently to to vent about the process. But I think that they've been through it quite long enough. They've done everything that's asked of them, and it's time to get it approved. So, thank you.
Thank you. Does that conclude public comments? Okay, you have 3 minutes for rebuttal or whatever.
Yeah, I just wanted to address very, very briefly this grading business, because it's not like we dug too much out and moved too much around against the contours that were prescribed. This is all construction spoils. And this was a result of what Public Works had us do with regard to the foundations and the caissons we had to put into that huge piece of infrastructure that until 20 minutes ago, the city wanted us to dedicate to them. But the point is that typically the way that the design review code reads, construction spoils are usually not treated as grading. And I know that's not a big deal, but I just wanted to make that clear, clarify that point. And then if there's anything Craig wants to add, otherwise we're here to answer questions if you have any.
Yeah, I think we're fine. I'm guessing there might be some confusion on a few of the points, but we're here to answer any questions.
I'm happy to say I finally understand the project and the variances. I've got questions here. Questions?
I have a question on the mapped water course.
Yes.
Wasn't there was that part of the hydrology report, or?
So there had never been a hydrology report done on this project for the 10 years that it's been under consideration. But when we wanted to do this, even though the setback from the drainage, there's a map, the city has the map. And so the staff had always calculated the location of that drainage course and had actually confined and constricted our roadway, our driveway, to the contours of that setback, and or an element of the turnaround as well. So it kind of mystified us as to why all of a sudden we needed to get a civil engineer to map that drainage course, and then we had to have that peer reviewed. It just didn't make any sense for us in terms of this project. We went ahead and got a hydrology study, but we just don't think a peer review at this point should be required as a condition, because it really doesn't have a nexus to this project.
So why was the peer review required?
That's the question. What's the staff
Why is
response
the
to
peer?
this?
Peer review is required of all technical studies. As planners, we're not qualified to review an engineering document, so it would need to be reviewed by another engineer.
So
I'm not sure we have the
engineering
authority, Patrick, to say no peer review. And I feel a little uncomfortable saying no peer review because we're not hydrologists. And Larry, I have no doubt what you're saying is correct. But I would feel pretty uncomfortable saying, don't do a peer review of.
But is that done
hydraulic
in every project? That's my question.
So the question I had was, why did we have to now have a hydrology study done at all on this water course or this drainage course that has always been identified by staff and used by staff to create the design parameters of our project? Why suddenly did we need to do a hydrology study at all? That didn't make sense. Now, I think a hydrology study and a peer-reviewed hydrology study may be appropriate at a time when we're going to try to eliminate this thing, but I don't want to get hung up on a peer review of a hydrology study that really isn't necessary for anything we're doing as a result of this design project.
So when you asked the question why, what was the answer? When they asked you why?
Because it had never been done before, even though we've been in design review on this for 10 years.
I'm a little confused as to whether we can assess whether this hydrology report was necessary in connection with this project, because it raises a lot of issues in my mind. Is that something that's required for your project? Is this something, and these questions are going to go more towards staff, is this something that's required in connection with our approval of this project? Or was that something that was required in connection with the prior approval in, when was it, 2021?
2021.
Yeah, 2021. Do you know, Sharma?
I can't speak to why there isn't a hydrology report in the record as part of the 2021 approval. However, there is a mapped water course on the site.
Yeah.
City policy is to require a hydrology report for any project that has a mapped water course.
So where does that mapped water course, where is that?
It comes from the
identified?
city's adopted open space element from our general plan.
And do we have that map?
It's
Yeah,
So
we
isn't it
have a map
identified?
that showed the water course.
shows it.
It's a big water course. Now, whether it's a real water course is another issue.
Yeah, there's no water course from what I can tell.
And
I
the
would-
next
I'd
It's an
well,
old water course.
The
well-
peer review is also a department policy because again, it's a technical study. And it's required because they're proposing a 12-foot retaining walls and we need to confirm that they're outside of the required 25-foot setback. So the hydrology study is needed to identify the center line of the mapped water course. And then the center line is where the 25-foot measurement is taken. So there is a setback shown on the submitted plans, but because there is no hydrology report on the record that identifies the center line, staff cannot confirm that the 25-foot setback as depicted on the plans is accurate. And then we cannot confirm that the proposed retaining walls are outside of that required 25-foot setback.
So is the
So I'm
retaining
curious-
walls that
I'm
are
curious, hold on.
driving it?
So I've been a part of this project or heard this several times.
All three of us did.
The water course was a defining component for getting the turnaround. It's why the turnaround had to be so tight up there and tight up to the street where it's being built right now versus pulled back where kind of everybody wanted it. I find it hard to be like this far along in, if a hydrology report was never required, why is it being like a new bite of the apple now? Especially since it's really dealing primarily with just where does the soil go? We could approve tonight that the soil just disappears and they haul it off the site. And then that grading stuff is not the issue. That's not what they're asking for. But why can't we, this is clearly outside the 25-foot of the original prescribed hydrology, potentially tell them 10 more feet. They move it 10 more feet and then the water course isn't going to jump another 10 feet.
It's about the retaining walls.
But the
No,
retaining walls,
she said it why it's required. If it's required, I don't know that we have any discretion on
but the
this.
new retaining walls aren't anywhere near are they?
They're shown just at the edge
Oh,
of the
yeah.
25-foot setback to the drainage course. But again, since the center line isn't defined because there's nothing in the record that defines the center line, we cannot confirm the setbacks as shown are accurate.
Also, kind of on a broader issue, is there a water course hydrology potential problem here? Now, I know we don't see it. We don't see the water course now. In fact, it looks rather disrupted, but the water's got to go somewhere. So let me ask the question this way. Is there a water-related issue that could be there that requires, because I didn't read the hydrology work, I didn't think it was applicable. I thought that was just thrown in. I should have read it. But is there a potential problem that needs to be studied here, or is it just a technical requirement?
The hydrology report as submitted states that the mapped watercourse no longer functions as a watercourse, and that will be part of a separate approval that the applicant would desire to have it removed from the open space
And that's what you
element
told
map.
me, yeah.
That's what, let's do it
But it
then.
currently is on the mapped watercourse. A removal of the mapped watercourse, because it's part of our adopted general plan and open space element, requires both an amendment to the local coastal plan and general plan, and that will take significant amount of time that can't be addressed as part of tonight's submittal. So the only way to move forward is to have the hydrology study peer reviewed and confirm that the center line and the setbacks as shown are accurate, but that can't be done until the study is peer reviewed.
Okay, Patrick, do we have any discretion to say, let me.
Because why did that
do we
even
have
come to
any-
us
do we
tonight?
have
Why
any
was this scheduled
discretion?
for this evening if that
Do
was a
we have any-
requirement?
You,
Right, and so now,
do we have any discretion to to withdraw condition 22?
I would say that that goes against the the department's policy and its practice, but you guys as the ultimate city decision maker, if you are convinced, I don't think we can stand in the way. But yeah,
I wish I read the hydrology report, but what I'm hearing is this is an abandoned water course. It's no longer in existence, and we're just doing a technical requirement. Is that?
well, as Ms.
Sharma, is that, am I hearing you correctly on that? Okay, let's get the deliberations. I think we've asked the questions. I've got another question about another condition.
Yes.
The one actually I thought was the bigger condition problem. You're okay with the revision to 18?
Right,
That's to make it an easement rather than a dedication?
correct.
Yeah, I figured, okay. The one is 16. And what I'm hearing is that this is for a dedication for permanent open space easement.
For all undeveloped portions of the site.
Wait,
below-
I'm sorry, yeah, 16. So, yeah, so I see that. And you're saying that can't be done until after your resolution on your litigation?
That's correct.
Okay, what do we do about that? I have every reason to believe Larry's, shooting straight there. Can we remove that condition or do something else?
Or is it a timing issue?
Right. Something else would be making it a timing issue for issue. That's a really good point. Making it a timing issue for the new offer of the permanent open space easement upon, and we could talk about, but can we make it to occur on a condition satisfied in the future?
And the reason is because we've got these unanswered questions with regard to the removal of the retaining wall that the city, I think, improperly permitted down there, a drainage element that the city improperly permitted on our property, and the elimination of our driveway that used to go off of 528 Temple Hills, and that needs to be restored, and all that grade needs to be restored. And if we get encumbered by some kind of an open space mess, we're not going to be able to restore those things.
So why can't we make exceptions to the grant of open space easement to allow you to do those specific things? And then
Because we don't know what the extent of those things is going to be. We also don't know what the extent of we've got some drainage also that comes off of the turnaround. You've seen those on Craig's map. So we don't know what those disruptions are going to be. So what I'd like to do is wait until all that stuff is completed and then figure out the parameters of that open space area.
How much longer do you think what's your estimated time?
Well, for the lawsuit, it should be resolved sometime in 2025, but we're going to be building.
You
the
never
house.
know. It could be longer.
No, it's been going for a long time. So it's
Well, there's such things as appeal and reversal and all that stuff. Are you going to go to trial?
I hope not.
Okay, so do I. I've been through trials and appeal, but again, I go back to this. Can we remove that? She's basically saying remove the condition. Can we do that? I know you say I want to know because this dedication is really important, I think.
So
We
as
can remove the dedication.
proposed, currently, the timing is prior to issuance of certificate of occupancy. That isn't required until the home is finished constructing. So it's not something they need to record anytime in the next few months. So there is a delay, that there is no requirement that this needs to be done immediately. But it is required as a condition of approval because we cannot make the findings without conditions.
Correct. Yeah, the open space and conservation element of the general plan basically requires
I
it.
get it.
So
I
the-
think we got to do it, Larry.
And if we could just make the parameters of it modifiable to give us some flexibility to do what we got to do on the property, that would be good, because I just don't want to be locked down into, below contour 332. So if we could just keep it a little more vague, a little more flexible, because we don't know what's going to happen down there.
You mean
So-
not use the term C of O?
No,
Certificate
CFO's
of
fine. I don't care about the timing as much as I care about the parameters below contour 332 and then everything
What
that's
language would
unbuilt.
you suggest?
Um,
I'm looking at the condition now.
Right. Don't we have allowances for the existing retaining wall and small portion of the retaining wall?
You want the retaining wall to stay. We want the retaining wall gone because we think you guys screwed it up.
No, right, but so I know, but so what I'm saying though is, so yeah, maybe your answer to Commissioner Gibbs's question will provide more light.
Sure.
Larry, I'm just,
I think my battery's screwed up.
I'm recognizing there's like
to lose if you're.
there's an impasse
Yeah, I
in
mean,
timing
you
on all
just-
this. So do you want specific, is it in the interest of finishing out the lawsuit to have specific language in that condition, or just
No,
timing?
I think it's a problem to have specific language in it, because if the specific language says that everything that's not part of the building has to be open space, I think that can be used, I think, against the Cousins in the lawsuit to basically say, well, you can't put your driveway back, you can't take the wall out, you can't do the drainage thing, you can't do anything. So I think this is just a kind of a pernicious little element that is going to cause more problems if we put a strict parameter on it tonight.
So if we just take out that last half a sentence past the city attorney, is that amenable? Because dedicated under the,
Doesn't it get dedicated or the open space declared after the certificate of occupancy? So there's time right there, because it's going to take you 2-3 years to build this thing.
I got an idea.
Yeah.
Maybe say, if there's any, any issues relating that are not resolved by the city attorney, it can go before the design review board for modification. So you'll have recourse to us?
Dave has suggested that you'd use paragraph 16, prior to the issuance of a certificate of occupancy for the applicant shall execute a new offer of permanent open space easement in a form and content approved by the city attorney.
Perfect.
That's what it says.
yeah, and then stop it there.
Well, no. Okay, that's fine with me.
That's,
That's fine with us.
okay, because that's,
Does that work with staff?
Then it's not open space until the certificate of occupancy is issued.
That is correct, and it's also in a form and content approved by the city attorney.
Perfect. Let's do it.
Yeah, but it doesn't say what the open space easement is for. That's the next part of the sentence, is saying what the open space easement is for,
Yeah, but the problem
rather
is,
than just some open space easement.
well, it's going to be difficult to put a parameter on it though until we get that done, and I just don't want to be locked into that. This is not something we created. This is something that the city created
What
by
about
approving these
subject to
improvements.
reasonable modification of the contour?
Why complicate it even more? What
I think we
what
just
you
take-
just read was perfect.
I feel like it's getting too far into a space of a taking.
No, hang on. I'm gonna
It's not a taking.
jump in on that. Yeah, so I mean,
Let's
I
pause.
understand that, but so, and once again, that location, that contour elevation we didn't just pick that out of there. It comes directly from the 2021 approval. That's why it's in there. That's why it's articulated. I understand your concerns with it. I'm not, we all agree with that.
I think you got to say what's in the easement, at least, the parameters of the easement.
We just don't know what they are yet. So, I mean,
Well, why don't we leave it this way and say, subject to reasonable modification? And then this, you can work it out with the modifications based upon what happens with your lawsuit. And any, issues can go before DRB again.
Sure, and it will be issues relating to the lawsuit. It will be issues relating to the drainage conveyance out of the cul-de-sac, which is going to be significant, and it's going to be in that area. And it's going to be subject to whatever determination is made on the ultimate drainage course that we're seeking to have
How
abandoned.
about a subject to reasonable modification, dependent upon the circumstances at the time the certificate of occupancy is issued?
I think that's acceptable. Dave, is that acceptable to you? The attorney. Oh, yeah, okay, thanks. Well, let's ask Patrick then. Yeah.
I think it gives you,
that
it
works.
gives you your record, it gives flexibility, and it gives recourse to DRB if you need it. How's that?
I think that works.
Okay, good.
Thank you.
Do we
Yeah, so
need to talk
if-
about the
if-
project?
I apologize. I was kind of having a lot of conversation. So we keep it as is with the addition of what you just said,
With
subject
the-
to modification.
Subject to reasonable modification, considering the circumstances that may existing at the time of the certificate of occupancy, and any failure of resolution with staff will be decided by DRB. Yeah, I just want, if there's a staff problem, he has recourse to us, which then would have recourse to this. No, well, we'll see the language. Patrick's doing it. He's the lawyer. I don't draft.
Is this something that we can work with the city attorney on, or is this something that we would come back to design?
think
That
you-
would be a
Correct. So-
question
so
for
if-
the city
As I
attorney.
understood it, you come to the city attorney. If we cannot reach any type of amicable resolution, your kind of not appeal right, but then we would bring it to the DRB.
And you want to go to city attorney because you're dealing with a grant of a open space easement, which is legal in nature.
Got it.
I think that protects you, and hopefully I'll still be on. And so we'll have continuity unless the city council doesn't want me. So
I think that works. Thank you. Thank you.
Do we need to talk about the project?
Oh,
Oh,
I think the project sucks, not just.
are we approving this tonight or continuing it?
No, it's got to be,
We still have,
no,
we
wait a
stayed
minute.
in questions. We never got to like saying anything.
Oh, we
about
had
the
many
project.
Oh, yeah, but we need to
We
actually
had to
deliberate,
go-
close the
like-
public
like-
hearing.
Well, if staff supports this, I can support it too.
No, did you close the public hearing?
I think that was closed a
Implicitly.
long time ago.
No, we were asking questions. All right, I support the project. All the findings I find are found and appropriate.
I support the.
This is really a no-brainer. I mean, I'm just telling you, the conditions were a bigger problem for me than the project
Did you say
itself.
a no-brainer?
I did say a no-brainer.
I'll just note that the project meets the design review criteria. I'm approving of the
Yeah, I agree.
language for the variance for height and
Needs to.
the coastal development permit are all acceptable and meet the criteria.
Is there a
I
coastal
can-
development? Yeah, there is. Yeah.
I can support it with the changes offered tonight that were not in the staff report. I think that's important to not only the 3 resolutions, and we should probably identify those, right?
Wait,
Yes.
Oh,
by-
removing the dedication?
Yeah, the 3 major
How we're gonna
resolution
resolve-
issues that were cited by staff
right.
with those changes and the changes offered by Board Member Gibb
On 16.
on 16, I can approve it.
Right. We're going to need in the motion to modify those conditions. Right.
Yeah, just do it by board comment. I'm not making a motion.
No, I understand. I agree.
And then where did we leave off on the hydrology thing?
The what?
I they don't need, I don't want to require them to do a
I don't think we need it.
hydrology.
Why
Well,
can't
no,
we
it's
vote on it?
left to our discretion ultimately.
I think there's been enough progress on the site that those parameters have already been maintained.
Oh, you're talking
And I can
about the
strike
hydrology
22.
thing?
I can strike condition 22.
I can concur with that. I support that. No, the
God, I'm just reluctant because I don't know the
requirement for
hydrology, but
geology report.
it appears, I'll tell you what, if everyone supports it, I'm not going to stand in the way, so.
Okay. So I move to approve agenda item number 5.10, located at 600 Buena Vista. Adopt resolution 24-2039, approving design review 24-2039, coastal development permit 24-2040, and variance 24-2340. With the approved recommendation by staff with the condition of removing number 22, number 18. What was number 16?
No, we're not moving. You want me to do 18 and 16?
Well, number 18, the removal of the dedication for.
No, 18, and we're going to be incorporate, we got to
Right, yeah.
change it. We're going
Yeah,
to,
it's just gonna be amended. So yeah, it's gonna, and I believe you can correct me if I'm wrong.
So number 18 to be amended.
Where it's gonna amend it just to simply refer to the 2021 approval.
Okay, amended to
Section
the
3.
Section 3.
2021
Mhm.
approval, and then objecting to number 16.
And I believe I have it, and I'm just gonna add the following sentence. at the
Okay.
go
end.
for it.
The parameters of the open space easement are subject to reasonable modification at the discretion of the city attorney and city staff, considering the circumstances existing at the time of the certificate of occupancy, subject to review by the design review board if the applicant is not in agreement with staff approved modifications.
Beautiful. Exactly what you said. And what was number 22 again? Okay, yes, excluding the
So we're moving
hydrology
22.
peer review. Yes. Do I get a second?
Second.
David just wants one clarification, and that is with regard to the open space, that the only thing we're not dedicating the property, we're just dedicating an easement. So we're entering into an easement with the city.
Yeah, he's not changing that language.
Yeah, we're not changing any of that. All I did is we're just gonna add that sentence.
Yeah, so that doesn't change our motion.
Okay, we have a motion and a second by Board Member Thalman. Can we get a vote?
Board Member Coveney?
Yes.
Board Member Gibbs?
Yes.
Board Member Weil?
Yes.
Chair Pro Tem Thalman?
Yes.
And Chair Gannon?
Heck, yeah. Yes.
Thank you,
Motion passes.
thank you, board.
Do you have that stick of butter? I need that stick of butter.
Thank you.
This is our last meeting for 2024, I believe. Thank you. Oh, there's, when do you have changes for the,
Changes? No, there's no changes.
no, there weren't any changes. That was, she was just.
Oh, I was just emailing that for reference for you.
So we
That
are
was
adjourned.
approved at the October 24th meeting.
Yeah, so we are adjourned until January 9th, 2025. Awesome.